So that's my proposed instruction that we talked about last week. Mr. Breaux, any comments on that?
The people are okay with that instruction now.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
I agree.
Okay, all right, great. So we have that, and then the second order of business here is that there was an opening statement PowerPoint drafted by the prosecution, and it sounds like the parties have done some adjusting and or meeting and conferring. And I did get a brief from the defense and a brief from the people on that. And so I'm prepared to go through that one by one. Let's just address the defendant's objection to the draft. It was slide 1, that's been withdrawn. And then slide 13 is the Gallardo text, and the court will overrule the objection. The people can show that. There's a reasonable good faith belief that that may come into evidence, and their foundation can be laid for it. So we'll just see whether that happens or not, but I think it's appropriate for opening statement. The photos of David Breaux, Mr. Hutchinson, now that you see the argument set forth by the people on why they have the sequence of photos, do you have any additional comment on that?
Your Honor, I did not receive their opposition. I normally would email it to me, but I did not receive their email. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Van Hert.
It came this morning. Maybe it just hasn't fit. It was emailed out about 6 or.
Well, go ahead and just summarize it. And then, Mr. Hutchinson, if you can pull that mic close to you. Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor. And so people's slides here depicting David Breaux, there's a couple of them, and the reason is because we're highlighting a couple key pieces of evidence at that crime scene, specifically the knife sheath that's on the ground, its distance in relation to Mr. Breaux and the bench, and then the pictures of David Breaux. I actually selected photos that don't show his face to minimize any impact in this. There's only one picture in the entire sequence that shows his face. The slides are actually to highlight his clothing, specifically the dirt pattern that's on his clothing. There's dirt that's all around the left side of his leg and on the right knee, and then on his undershirt in the belly area, and then all over his sweater on the top half. And this is all evidence that Mr. Breaux was sleeping on the bench at the time that he was attacked, that he fell to the ground, getting that dirt on him while he was on the ground, that as the attack is continuing, he's able to get up into a defensive position on the bench, receiving defensive wounds on his arms, and then ultimately expires on the bench. And so the kind of dirt pattern on his clothing is to show what's taking place with Mr. Breaux during the attack.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson. It seems to me they have a good faith argument. It's a little unclear to me as to which witness is going to testify to this sequence of events. Presumably, one of the officers that took the pictures.
Well, what he just described there is argument, but I understand their basis for wanting to show the photos. So I will submit. I'm still trying to pull up.
That's okay. He just explained it. So the exhibits, the slides, I should say, that were numbered 22, 23, and 24, any objection to that's overruled, and the prosecution can show that. And then the one thing I was left with, Mr. Vanderhook, is Mr. Hutchinson said, well, that sounds like argument. It's unclear to me when you brief this on who is going to testify as to the sequence of these photos, and is it that you're going to argue inferences from these photos later, or how is that story that you just recounted coming into evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor. The pathologist who conducted the autopsy of Mr. Breaux has provided a statement, which was previously been disclosed to defense, I think back in February, that Mr. Breaux's wounds and positioning on the bench are consistent with him being laying on the bench mentioned, a sleeping position at the time the attack was initiated, and then moves up into a sitting position during the course of the attack, and then just reasonable inferences are being drawn from the dirt that at some point during the attack that he's coming in contact with the dirt.
What's that witness's name?
Dr. Zhu,
How do you spell his last name?
Z-H-O-U.
Okay, all right, thank you. Slide 28 is the Kumada. It looks like the, just a moment. Seems to me that that's just out of his testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, it's
Right.
directly cut and paste from his report.
Right, so slide 28 is okay, any objections overruled?
May I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The people can mention it, but that is a exhibit that the defense will challenge and ultimately may not be admitted into evidence. And so the case law talks about the appropriateness of using exhibits during opening statement. There is no error if they're later admitted into evidence. For the people to put an exhibit up there that may ultimately not go into evidence, which the defense is challenging, I believe is inappropriate. They can reference it if they will, but they should not be able to project that to the jury.
Mr. Vanderhook on that legal argument. So basically, if the opposing party flags in good faith a pretrial objection to a physical piece of evidence, here a document, normally during the course of the evidentiary phase of the trial, you would have to lay the foundation, overcome any objections before publishing it to the jury. And so I understand Mr. Hutchinson's argument here. It's different if he doesn't have a good faith basis to challenge it, of course. What's your response?
Your Honor, this expert put together this report, and we have a good faith basis to believe that this is going to be admitted, and we're permitted to do so. The only basis for challenging this exhibit is that the defense has their own expert who has a different interpretation, but the evidence is going to be from Mr. Kumada that these points that he's plotting on this are from the defendant's phone, and that they're all with each point comes with its own precision estimate as to how accurate the points are, and he's going to be able to testify that every single point that's reflected on that diagram has a precision estimate of 65 meters or less. The defense expert is talking about other points that have precision estimates of over 2 kilometers. And so while there is an expert somewhere who disagrees with this, doesn't change the fact that we're going to be able to lay the foundation. And it may ultimately be that this comes in and the defense expert's opinion comes in, and then the jury gets to sort it out. But it's not a question of admissibility. What the defense is arguing is essentially that people should not adopt this interpretation or adopt this as what is true. It's not a question really of admissibility. It's of the dueling experts, and that their expert wants to rely on points with precision estimates that could put them anywhere in the city.
Okay, the court's heard argument. I'm going to allow the slide 28, and we'll see where it goes in the course of the trial. I don't feel that it would be highly prejudicial if it's shown and later concluded that it's not admitted, and there's a reasonable probability that it will be admitted. So let's go on to slide 32, and slide 32 is relevant. It will be admitted during the course of the trial without question, so the people can show slide 32. And then slide 40 is, and slide 32 was the picture of Mr. Ahud Najim, and I have made an order. It's a graphic picture of the deceased, and I've made an order that the news media may not publish this. It's live here in the courtroom. Anybody following this case that feels compelled to see every piece of evidence must come to the courtroom, and we're not going to publish that graphic photo, and we're not going to live stream that graphic photo, and that's an order of the court. Okay, and then we get to slide 40, and evidence that's likely to come in, and so I would overrule any objection to that. Okay, so that's where we're at. That takes care of the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you to both parties for highlighting those issues. And then the only additional comment I have is each side, the prosecution estimated 1 hour for opening, and then the defense said less than 1 hour. And I don't see how a 1 hour estimate, Mr. Vanderhook, is even remotely close when I have a presentation with 70 slides. So I'm a little at odds on how you can do that in 1 hour. Am I missing something?
I think some of these slides are going to have only seconds attached to them, while others have longer time. When I did a practice run, I was close to an hour. I think there was somewhere around like an hour, 10 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'd like you to be close to an hour and 10 minutes, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, and then the next issue I wanted to address was the jury note that I received. So juror number 7 wrote the following. In my jury question, I put down my address, Woodland, California, because that's what it is in my driver's license, and I haven't formally changed it. However, I've stayed in an apartment in the Bay Area. I'm not giving the specifics. He gave me the actual address. In the Bay Area for almost 2 years now, and then someone pointed out to him I might be making a legal mistake, and I don't want to compromise anything. So the law to me is pretty clear that in order to sit on a jury in a county, you have to be a resident of the county, unless the parties stipulate. I think based on voir dire, based on a 28-year history of juror number 7 living in the county, he obviously has close ties to the county and has been here. He acted in good faith at all times. He showed up for jury service here in Yolo County. So I think stipulation would be reasonable, but the parties have to stipulate under these facts. So, Mr. DeMore, I go to you first.
Parties to stipulate for the people with.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson?
Defense stipulation.
Okay, let's keep juror number 7 on, and I'll let him know. We got that. Okay, so we did that instruction. I'm going to pre-instruct in a moment when we get the jury in. I'll read the information. We summarize that, and we've handled the PowerPoint issues. I did see that another motion came in from the people. I'll address that later. Not prepared to address that at this time. So, Mr. Hudson, you may not have seen this yet. It's a motion to eliminate, to exclude defendant's hearsay statements, and we'll take this up later this week, as soon as I can get to it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. DeMore, Mr. Vanderhook. Any other issues at this time before we check on our jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So then, to our bailiff, we have 18 jurors, and they're scheduled to be here at 9:30 to start. And so I want you to order them. If you don't have a roster, I want you to line them up out there, so when they come in and can move in 1 through 18. The only thing I'll say is that I moved the third alternate to sit over here next to alternates 1 and 2. And so that's Miss Scales, so she'll sit over here, and then the other 3 alternates will sit in sequence over there. Okay. So that's what we'll do. All right, just a moment. Okay, that's okay. All right, thanks. Okay, all right, super. So we'll be back then when we get in the box, 18 jurors. All right, thank you, folks. Off the record. We're gonna go ahead. Okay, let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. This is case 23-1391. Prosecutor DeMora, Prosecutor Vanderhook, Defense Attorney Hutchinson, and the defendant Carlos Reales Dominguez present with us. And we have 18 members of our jury present, and it's great to see everybody here on a windy day. Everyone was on time. A great way to start a jury trial. I'm so thankful for your service, and I know our entire community are thankful. We're going to get going here right away. As a practical matter, I've got 3 of my jurors over here on the left, and I am going to move you slightly to the right, but we live stream these proceedings, and I don't want any of the jurors on the live stream proceedings. So I had to put you over there temporarily. I'm going to tighten up the camera angle, and then we'll be able to move you out a little bit. So thank you for your patience today with me on that. Okay. So let's move on and get started here. So the first thing I'd like to do for the jury is to read the information to you. And this is the charging document. Count 1. On or about April 26, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, with the initials DB, with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, an enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count enhancement 1A, it is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Moving on to count 2. On or about April 29th, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, initials KA, with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count enhancement 2A. It is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count 3. On or about May 1st, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Sections 21A, 664 sub A, and 187 sub A of the California Penal Code, attempted murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and with malice aforethought attempt to murder the initials KG, a human being. It is further alleged that the attempted murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 664, Subdivision A, and 189, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated attempted murder. Count enhancement 3A, it is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count enhancement 3B, it is further alleged that during the commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally inflict great bodily injury upon any person other than an accomplice within the meaning of Section 12022.7, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, infliction of great bodily injury. Case Enhancement A, it is further alleged that the offenses charged in counts 1 and 2 involved the murders of 2 separate victims within the meaning of section 190.2, subdivision A3 of the California Penal Code, special circumstances for multiple murders, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez murdered more than one person, to wit, humans with the initials DB and KA. That's a reading of the charging document in this case. Now I'd like to offer some baseline jury instructions to you. The trial will now proceed as follows. The people may present an opening statement. The defense is not required to present an opening statement, but if it chooses to do so, it may give it either after the people's opening statement or at the beginning of the defense case. The purpose of an opening statement is to give you, the jury, an overview of what the attorneys expect the evidence will show. It is not legal argument. It is simply a preview of the evidence, and we're going to start this in just a minute. After the opening statements, the people will offer their evidence. Evidence usually includes witness testimony and exhibits. After the people present their evidence, the defense may also present evidence, but is not required to do so. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he does not have to prove that he is not guilty. After you've heard all the evidence, and before the attorneys give their final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that applies to this case. And after you've heard arguments and instructions, you will go to the jury room to deliberate. Now, this trial has a special instruction. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. The procedure for this case is to try the question of guilt first, and then, if necessary, to try the question of insanity separately. These are 2 distinct phases. And I just a moment ago outlined phase 1, opening statements, evidence, legal instruction, argument, and deliberation. That's the outline for phase 1. That's all you need to concern yourself with right now. You, the jury, shall not consider the question of legal insanity in the first phase. You may consider, however, evidence of the defendant's state of mind in the first phase. Also, you shall not consider at any time anything that was stated on the jury questionnaires or stated during voir dire, jury selection. Jury selection serves a specific purpose. Upon its completion, it has no bearing in this case. I will now explain the presumption of innocence and the people's burden of proof in the initial phase of this trial. The defendant has pled as indicated not guilty. The fact that a criminal charge has been filed against the defendant is not evidence that the charge is true. You, the jury, must not be biased against the defendant just because he has been arrested, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent. This presumption requires that the people prove a defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I tell you the people must prove something, I mean they must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leads you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. In deciding whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you, the jury, must impartially compare and consider all the evidence that's received throughout this trial. Unless the evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, he is entitled to an acquittal, and you must find him not guilty. You, the jury, must decide what the facts are in this case. You must use only the evidence that's presented in the courtroom. Evidence is the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged with a crime, brought to trial, is not evidence of guilt. Nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. Their opening statements, which we'll hear in just a minute, and the closing arguments, the attorneys discuss this case, but their remarks are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. Only the witnesses' answers are evidence. The attorney's questions are significant if they help you understand the witnesses' answers. Do not assume something is true just because a lawyer asks a question suggesting it is true. During the trial, the attorneys may object to questions asked of a witness. I will rule on the objections according to law. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer, and you must ignore the question. If the witness does not answer, do not guess what the answer might have been or why I ruled as I did. If I order testimony stricken from the record, disregard it. Do not consider it stricken testimony for any purpose. You must disregard anything you see or hear when the court is not in session, even if it is done or said by one of the parties, one of the attorneys, a witness, or even myself. We have a transcript being made of this record. If you decide during jury deliberations that you need to review the record, you may ask that the transcript be read back to you. You, the jury, alone must judge the credibility and believability of witnesses. In deciding whether testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. You must judge the testimony of each witness by the same standards, setting aside any bias or any prejudice you may have. You may believe all, part, or none any witness's testimony. Consider the testimony of each witness and decide how much of it you believe. In evaluating witness testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of that testimony. Here are some factors, and I'm going to give you written instructions so you don't have to remember all this, but here's some common sense factors in evaluating witness testimony. How well could the witness see, hear, or otherwise perceive the things about which the witness testified? How well was the witness able to remember and describe what happened? What was the witness's behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? Was the witness's testimony influenced by a factor such as a bias or a prejudice, a personal relationship with someone involved in the case, or a personal interest in how the case is to be decided? What was the witness' attitude about the case or about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? How reasonable is the testimony when you consider all of the other evidence in the case? Now, do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. People sometimes honestly forget things or make mistakes about what they remember. Also, two people may witness the same event, yet see it or hear it differently. Okay, my final instruction before I invite the lawyers to give opening statements. If you receive any information about this case from any source outside of the trial, even unintentionally, do not share that information with any other juror. If you do receive such information, or if anyone tries to influence you or any juror, you must immediately tell the bailiff. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your assessment of the evidence or your decision. Bias can affect what we notice and pay attention to, what we see and hear, what we remember, how we perceive people, and how we make decisions. We may favor or be more likely to believe people whom we see are similar to us or with whom we identify. Conversely, we may disfavor or be less likely to believe people whom we see as different. Although we are aware of some of our biases, we may not be aware of all of them. We refer to those biases as implicit or unconscious. They may be based on stereotypes we would reject if they were brought to our attention. Implicit or unconscious biases can affect how we perceive others and how we make decisions without our being aware of their effect. You, the jury, must not be biased in favor of or against any party, witness, attorney, a defendant, or alleged victim because of his or her disability, gender, nationality, national origin, race or ethnicity, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, or socioeconomic status. You must reach your verdict, finally, without any consideration of punishment. All right, those are pre-instructions that the court has given to the jury, and I think I promised all 18 of you that I would wave a proverbial flag each time we moved into a new stage, and we're ready now for opening statements. Okay. So with that, I'll invite Mr. Vanderhook to give an opening statement on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Good morning, everyone. Was introduced to some of you before. My name is Fritz Vanderhook. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And this is the people's opening statement. Right? Later you're going to hear a closing argument, and this is an opening statement. And the purpose of the opening statement is to kind of give you an overview of what the evidence is going to be, what you're going to be presented with. So that way when you're hearing the evidence during trial, you understand where things fit into the big picture of things. During trial, due to scheduling issues or all kinds of things, witnesses can come in a jumbled order in there. And if you don't understand how they fit into the picture of things, it can be difficult to understand their testimony and the scope of what's going on. Some of the witnesses in this case are going to be people who are unhoused, and so they're going to be brought in just when they can be located and brought into court to testify. And so they may come in the middle of another witness's testimony or something like that. And so if we're doing a good job in this opening statement, you'll have a good idea of how everyone fits into what's going on. And so we're first going to look from the kind of 1,000-foot perspective of what is the basics of what's going on in the case. And from the 1,000-foot perspective, it starts on April 27th of 2023 when David Breaux is found dead on a bench in Sycamore Park in the city of Davis. Or sorry, in Central Park in the city of Davis. So David Breaux is sitting upright on a bench in a grassy area. Behind him is a play structure, and you can see that there's a metal railing fence behind him. And then he's surrounded by grass on the front. Now, at the time that he's found, rigor mortis is set in, and he's been dead for a while. He's found that morning of the 27th, and so he's killed sometime on the night of the 26th to the 27th. And he's on a bench that's surrounded by grass in kind of all areas about 50 feet, and it's got this railing to the back. And it's a dark area of the park. The only lighting is kind of, you have a light there and a light there in the kind of play area of the park, and there's trees in between the lighting. And so where David Breaux is on the bench, it is dark. Now, the police are called. The police do an investigation, and then 3 nights later, on the night of April 27th, you have Kareem Abu Najim, who's killed in Central Park. Now, Kareem lives in the housing that's on the left side of the freeway from Central Park, or from Sycamore Park. He lives in the housing there, and he rides his bike through down Sycamore Lane, through Sycamore Park, over the pedestrian bridge, into where he lives to go home. And as he's riding his bicycle down the path, he's attacked and he's stabbed to death. The police respond, the police conduct an investigation as well, and then there is a third stabbing that happens, so Kareem is killed on the night of April 29th, and then you have a third stabbing on the night of May 1st of 2023. And so on that night, Kimberly Guillory is sleeping in her tent, is sitting in her tent that's next to a PG&E substation in the city of Davis off of L Street. She's sitting in her tent kind of on a tablet when somebody stabs her through the side wall of the tent, and the knife goes through the tent and into her body. She's stabbed twice, including a laceration to her kidney, and she's taken to the hospital where she survives. So from that 1,000-foot perspective, we're going to go down to the kind of 100-foot level as to what's going on, what is the evidence that you're going to expect in this case. And understand the evidence, to understand why this is going to be proven to be a deliberate, willful, and premeditated murder, you're going to need to go back further than when this kind of first comes to light, before David is found in the park. We're going to go back to December 5th of 2022. Now, December 5th of 2022, Carlos Reales Dominguez is a student at UC Davis, and he's struggling. He's not doing well in school. His girlfriend broke up with him months prior. He no longer has a job, His roommates are asking him about rent. And on December 5th, he has finals. So on December 5th, he has this kind of top final for his EDU 110 class at 10:30 a.m. And he's scheduled for several other finals that same day, that same week, going to December 6th, December 8th, and December 9th. So his next final is December 6th at 3:30. Now, we know that during this time frame, he's not spending all this time studying because Carlos Reales Dominguez goes on to Amazon and conducts a couple searches. He searches on Amazon on his account for combat knife, hunting knife, and combat knife. And he makes a selection of a double-edged dagger that he purchases from Amazon. And it's listed on Amazon as Smith Wesson SWHRT 9B 9-inch high-carbon SS fixed blade knife with 7.2-inch dual edge blade and TPE handle for outdoor, tactical, survival, and everyday carry. Now these two images that you see here are of the knife as displayed by Amazon, and you're going to hear testimony from Christopher Kamada with the DA's office high-tech unit that these are images that he recovered from the defendant's phone from December 5th. So these are images that he's seeing while he's shopping, and these are not just stock images of the phone of the knife. These are the ones that he's looking at when he's making the purchase. Now the actual knife is going to be brought into court, and you're going to see it. Now for demonstrative purposes during court, we're going to be using a different knife at times. People 37, and it's the exact same make model knife. This one's got blue tape on the handle. And it comes in a sheath, and it has a double-edged blade. Now this particular knife, the one with the blue edge, again, is not the actual knife, and it's been dulled with the grinder so that people in court can handle it and lawyers don't end up cutting themselves. And so it's going to be able to be displayed and moved around in court without creating a risk to people. And this is the knife that he purchased all the way back on December 5th. From December 5th, we move into the spring semester. In the spring semester, Mr. Dominguez is not doing well in school. The university is in the process of expelling him from the university. He's filed appeals with the university to appeal his expulsion, and he's still technically a member of UC Davis, still a student there, but he's on the track to be expelled. Then on April 19th of 2023, he sends a text message to that girl that broke up with him. And he sends a text message, "Hey, what are you doing? You free tonight? You down to hang?" And she answers, "Out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't know if it's a good idea for us to hang." And he answers, "All right." So her response is on the 20th, and then he answers, "All right," on the 20th. So the 20th, when he gets this, again, rejection from this girl, when he's on the verge of being dropped out, we have 5 days later to April 25th, and we can see what he's doing that day. He's scheduled for classes. He has, this is a Tuesday. He has Tuesday and Thursday classes at UC Davis, and we have the start time for classes, and this is going to be an exhibit that you get. You'll get his scheduled classes for that. You're also going to get expert testimony from Christopher Kamada about his forensic analysis of the defendant's cellular phone. And he's going to talk about how the cellular phone saves data for 7 days about a person's location and movements, and he's going to talk about how that works. And you're going to see exhibits that Mr. Kamada prepared showing maps of the area with little pins on them following the location. And Mr. Kamada is going to talk about how phones figure out where they are, how they save that information, how long they save the information for, and how reliable different sources of location information is. And Mr. Kamada is going to talk about how for the exhibits prepared by Mr. Kamada, he's only using what is known as native location data, meaning that the phone is determining what its location is and then reporting that. He's also going to talk about the precision estimates of this location data. So the phone records, when it records location, also how accurate is that information. And Mr. Kamada's exhibits are going to be limited to location points where it has accuracy of 65 meters or less. Okay? And so sometimes the phone has very large precision estimates of over 2 kilometers, and those are going to be points that are left out because they could be in a very wide area, and he's limiting points to points of 65. And so it'd be kind of like the reporter's table is over there, and if we had a point on the reporter's table and we said Mr. Vanderhook is within 5 meters of the reporter's table, that would be correct, even though the point is on the reporter's table and I'm actually over here. It can give a precision, and so when you see these points, these are not necessarily the exact spot that he was, but it's within 65 meters or less. So on the 25th, we see Mr. Dominguez at his home at 7062 Hawthorne, and he moves down to the UC Davis campus in the area where his classes are. And we have him then moving back again from the UC Davis campus up to his house, all consistent with his activities as a UC Davis student going to courses. Now, on the night of the 25th, what we have here is a power log from the defendant's phone. And so Mr. Kamada is going to talk about this as well, how the phone records when it's powered on and when it's powered off, and then it stores that data, and that when you manually power off the phone, it stores it for a certain amount of time, and when the phone dies of a battery, battery loss, that it's recorded different, and it's recorded for a lesser amount of time. But on the night of the 25th, the phone dies of battery loss at 11:49 p.m., and these stars here at the bottom of the chart are indicating that it's battery shutdown depletion. And so on the 25th, the phone goes out, and there's no location data for April 26th. And it's on April 27th, the morning of April 27th, that David Breaux was found on the bench. Now, the phone was powered back on the same morning that David Breaux was found. You can see in the green column for power up that it was powered on at 4:57 a.m. the same morning David Breaux was found, so that it was powered on just a little bit before he was found. So David Breaux is on this bench, and this is a sheet that the police will talk about and putting over him for his privacy and dignity while he's on the bench. And we're going to talk about some of the physical evidence that is going on at this scene. Because at the scene, you have David Breaux on the bench, you have a blanket on the ground, and this black knife sheath that's on the ground. And on the bench, you have some things that are going to provide some context as to what's going on. You have a backpack here, kind of up on the edge, as if to be used as a pillow. You have a scarf that's up on the backpack, a kind of flannel shirt that's underneath Mr. Breaux, kind of strewn out across the laying portion of the bench there. And when we're talking about Mr. Breaux, he has his back up against the bench. And the vast majority of his stab wounds are in his back. And so there's going to be evidence presented, and it's going to come through a forensic pathologist, that these back injuries are not possible in this position because there's a metal bench in the way, and that would stop those stab wounds. And so that this positioning is inconsistent with being attacked in this position just due to the sheer number of wounds and the impossibility of stabbing someone in that mechanism while they're in this position. We're going to have some additional clues of what's going on with Mr. Breaux's attack based on the dirt pattern on his clothing. We can see on the sweater here that it's covered in dirt at the top. And we can see here that he's got an undershirt that also has dirt. Here we can see Mr. Breaux's arm, and we can see that it's not in his sweater sleeve. Okay, so Mr. Breaux is wearing 3 layers. He's wearing a kind of hooded sweatshirt, black underneath. He's got a light-colored long-sleeve shirt underneath. And then the bottom layer is this kind of gray shirt here. So his arms, both of them, are inside his sweater, inside his top layer shirt, but over that kind of bottom layer undershirt. So this is all going to be evidence that is pointing towards that he's sleeping on the bench, that his arms are kind of tucked in within his clothing while he's laying there. Now, as I indicated, Dr. Zhu is going to talk about how the stab injuries on Mr. Breaux are inconsistent with this and more consistent with him actually being laying on his left side on that kind of backpack pillow with the scarf sleeping on the bench rather than being in this position. Additionally, we have this information from the dirt on his clothing. If we look further, we can see that on his right knee, there's a dirt pattern, kind of as if someone is getting up, and then there's dirt on his left leg here. And the dirt on his left leg goes all the way down, as if the left side of his body was completely in the dirt at some point. As far as his clothing here, you can see that he has the dirt on his stomach, and then on his chest, there is no dirt. It's kind of clean where the sweater comes up there. We can see here his arms coming out from under there. And if we advance further, we can see that his top sweater does have clothing. So it's as if he fell off the bench, he's on his stomach getting this dirt on his chest, and the only part of his undershirt is the part where his arms are trying to come out, and that part of his shirt gets dirty as well as the upper layer. Dr. Zhu is going to testify about the injuries that David Breaux sustained. He sustained a total of 31 sharp force injuries, 16 in his torso, 10 in the right arm, and 5 in the right arm. He's going to talk about his expertise as a forensic pathologist and kind of the positioning of the body before, during, and after the assault. And it's going to show that this is not just a quick event, that this is 31 different stabs that are going on to Mr. David Breaux while he's sleeping on the bench, while he's down on the dirt next to the bench, and while he's getting back up to try and defend himself with his arms, and he's getting these injuries on his arm on the bench trying to defend himself before he ultimately expires in that seated position on the bench. Now, as far as crime scenes go, there is very little evidence at this crime scene. In fact, there's one piece of evidence, this knife sheath here. Okay, other than this knife sheath, there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA, there's no witnesses, there's no surveillance video. This is a very clean crime scene, other than this black knife sheath that would have been on the ground in the park in the dark during the course of the stabbing. And it was left behind by Mr. Dominguez. But for being one piece of evidence, and we're going to get the actual knife sheath in, but again, it's a knife sheath that looks just like this. It's kind of got a belt clip on it, and the knife can go inside to protect people from that double-edged blade. It's going to do a lot of talking. So first, the knife is going to tell us that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person that committed the stabbing. It tells us that not only because we know that he purchased this exact knife and knife sheath from Amazon back on December 5th, but a forensic analysis of the knife sheath finds his DNA on the sheath itself. Second, it's going to show a bit of what happened during the course of the stabbing. It's going to tell us that Mr. Dominguez brought the knife to the scene. Because we know he bought the knife back on December 5th, it would have been brought to the scene. There won't be evidence that Mr. Breaux had a knife or that there was some kind of struggle over Mr. Breaux's knife, that this is a knife that was affirmatively brought by Mr. Dominguez to the scene where the stabbing took place. It's also going to show that from this point forward, when he's walking around with the knife, it's an unsheathed knife. Right? So he no longer has the protective sheath to carry it around, and when he makes the decision to carry around this knife in the future, he's carrying around a double-edged, sharp weapon that's capable of killing humans, and he's doing so not like you carry your phone, wallet, keys. He's doing it because it's going to take extra consideration to carry something that's kind of sharp like this. And it's also going to show that it's that knife that did the killing and not some other knife. And it's not as if Mr. Dominguez has multiple knives and different knives are used during the killing. We know because we have the sheath for the knife at the scene, we know what knife was used for the killing. And that's going to be important because it's going to be informative to us of some of the things that are going on after David Breaux is killed. One of the things that happens after David Breaux is a removal of DNA belonging to Mr. Breaux on the knife. When the knife is ultimately recovered, a criminalist from the Department of Justice conducts an analysis, and they don't just check one area of the knife, they swab 11 different areas of this knife looking for different DNA. and they find Kareem's DNA on there, and they find Kimberly's DNA on there, but David's DNA cannot be identified on this knife. It's the only DNA that is missing from the knife. And so we're going to be able to see that at some point after David is killed, but before Kareem is killed, we have something to be removing all that DNA so that it's not discovered later. The other thing that we know about what's going on with Mr. Dominguez after he kills David is what we know from his phone and when it shows us what's going on the next night. So this is one night after he's killed David, 2 nights still before he's going to kill Kareem. And that's that he went to Sycamore Park. 2 nights before he killed Kareem in Sycamore Park, he went there and he walked around it. So let's talk about what's going on. We talked about the power log and how after David is killed, the phone is powered on at 4:57. The phone stays on for about 12 hours and dies of battery failure at 4:13. The phone is powered back on again at 11:26, and it's powered off, but not a battery failure, 55 minutes later. And so this is the 55-minute period that Mr. Kumada is going to be talking about with these points showing that during this time between 11:30 and 20 minutes after midnight, the defendant started in his residence on Hawthorne and then went up to Sycamore Park. And we have all these points that are, again, within 65 meters. This is this precision that goes along with this. And so that is going to be evidence that comes out about whether or not these points are accurate. And these points are all around Sycamore Park at the play structure and also largely clustered around kind of Sycamore itself and this edge here kind of by Willett. Sorry, Willett is the school that's at the bottom right corner here of the image. Now, this power off event, though, at 21 minutes after midnight, is taking place at Sycamore Park. It's not that he went back home and then decided, hey, time to turn my phone off for the night. The evidence is going to be that he went to Sycamore Park 2 nights before he kills Kareem there, that he's walking around Sycamore Park, and then turns off his phone at what's going to be a murder scene 2 nights later. So 2 nights later, we're at April 29th. And so across from Sycamore Park is Dr. Matthew Massey, and he lives in a house that's right across from Sycamore, and he has some security cameras that have just kind of a very edge view of Sycamore Park. And they're not going to capture anything because the actual killing takes place in the interior of the park, and this shows just kind of the edge of the park. But we're going to hear testimony from Dr. Massey about being at his home, and he's hearing screaming. He's hearing someone yelling for help inside the park. Now, Dr. Massey is unsure as what's going on. He initially thinks that there's been a bicycle collision and that some bicyclists are hurt. And he's a physician, so he goes into the park to assist. And in the park, he finds Kareem, and he finds Carlos Reales Dominguez. And Carlos Reales Dominguez has been stabbing Kareem in the park. And so the testimony is going to establish that this is not a short or a quick assault, that this is a prolonged and sustained assault against Kareem. Because the assault starts, Kareem is yelling for help, Dr. Massey has to realize that something is going on, make the decision to go across the street. He goes across the street and he goes out there and gets there, and the assault is still going on. Mr. Dominguez is still there with Kareem. So Kareem is on the side of the path when officers find him, and Dr. Massey's performing CPR. He's trying to save Kareem's life. And the lighting here is good for a photo, but it's a dark area of the park. Again, there's very poor lighting. It's kind of difficult to see what's going on. In fact, Dr. Massey has to take out his phone and use like the flashlight on his phone to assist him and see what's going on in this area of the park to assist with Kareem. And when Dr. Massey is there, Mr. Dominguez then takes Kareem's bicycle and rides it away. He rides the bike over that bridge that Kareem was going to take, and he takes it down Crystal Grove. Now Kareem has been killed. Dr. Massey spends a significant amount of effort, and the officers tried to perform CPR, and they tried to save him. But he's been stabbed 40 times with an additional 12 incised wounds. So 40 are stabbing punctures, and 12 are like cuts or less deep injuries, for a total of 52 knife wounds over this assault. And the vast majority of these are in his chest, right in the area of his heart. He's also sustaining knife injuries to his neck, to his face, even has one coming in and going in his lip and knocking out one of his teeth and leaving his teeth on the ground there. And so this evidence is going to be that not only is this a sustained assault, but that it's targeted at the vital portions of his body, and that it's taking place with extreme force, enough to knock out a tooth of Kareem. Again, we're going to have a forensic pathologist come in, different doctor for this. They're going to talk about the specific injuries that Kareem suffered, and they're going to talk about the location of these different injuries, and it's going to come with two diagrams as well. We're going to have a documentation of his front and back injuries. So here we have injuries primarily focused on the front and in the chest, and then also injuries to his head, his forehead, the left side of his head, and to his neck. So where's the defendant going after this? Well, after taking Kareem's bicycle in Sycamore Park, he rides across the bridge here and comes down this bike path that's on Crystal Grove Lane and abandons Kareem's bicycle on the side of the path. And that's ultimately found by officers on the side of the path with no person around it. It's kind of by this bush area here. And so this wall here is kind of the edge to the freeway. And so you have it's kind of to this side between the path and the freeway. On the ground, kind of in this rear area of the bike, is a water bottle. And this water bottle is important because it's going to be one of the few pieces of evidence at the crime scene linking Mr. Dominguez to the stabbing. Now, I told you earlier that Mr. Dominguez's knife has got Kareem's DNA on it, and so that's going to be evidence that's found later. But as far as what's going on April 29th, this is it, because this is Carlos Reales Dominguez's fingerprint in blood on this water bottle that's left here where the bike is left behind. And that's showing that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person who killed Kareem. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run. We have him powering on his phone here. Again, the morning after Kareem is killed, at 11:43, he's powering the phone back up. So what else do we know about kind of what he's doing during this time frame? Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smearing and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood. Which means that Mr. Dominguez, who committed the first stabbing of David Breaux and the second stabbing with 52 different wounds on Kareem, who left Kareem's bicycle with blood on the handles and blood on the frame because blood was dripping everywhere, managed to get home and not leave any blood anywhere lying around his home that was going to be detected later. In fact, nobody's blood is found at Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home. The only places where a victim's blood is found is on the knife and on his clothing that he was wearing when he killed Kimberly, or when he attacked Kimberly, and when he killed Kareem. David Breaux's blood is not on the clothing. It's not detected anywhere. You only have the latter two. So we have kind of this more evidence for the offenses as the offenses are going on. We have Sunday, April 30th. Mr. Dominguez is at his home. on Hawthorne, we just have a bunch of points, no movement showing anywhere on that day. It's a Sunday, so there's no school that day. The next day, though, May 1st, we have more points, and they're going to again correspond with the defendant's schedule. Because we have him, he has Monday, Wednesday classes, and so when we look at his phone and the movement that his phone is doing, it's again to the UC Davis campus. He's just going to class and carrying his phone like he normally does during his time when he's going to his class, and then he's going back from class again. And this is again going to come through Mr. Kumita. So from this point, we can't track what he's doing from his phone anymore, because his phone is there the rest of the day. It's there until 11:58, right? But we know that Kimberly Guillory was stabbed at 11:30, and we're gonna have more location data for May 2nd, the next day. But during the time of the stabbing, he's not brought his phone. He's brought it when he goes to class on multiple occasions, but when he's out again and ultimately stabs Kimberly, he leaves the phone behind. But we do have an idea of what he's doing based on surveillance video that's collected from the downtown area where Kimberly was stabbed. And so you're going to get this chart which kind of lays out different points where he's spotted on different surveillance videos. We're going to walk very briefly through them. First, we're going to look at these green arrows which kind of show movement towards the stabbing, and then blue arrows are going to indicate movement away from the stabbing. And we have arrows 1 and 2 here, and these are at 2nd E, and then here at 2nd G, Illusion Smoke Shop. And these are cameras where Mr. Dominguez is on his bicycle, kind of going down 2nd Street, and he's captured on camera. And Mr. Dominguez rides a kind of distinctive bicycle. It's got these white rear frames and a white front fork. And it's a bicycle that is really identifiable on these various surveillance videos. But from this point, he's not seen on bicycle headed towards the stabbing anymore. After 2nd G, we have kind of a train station here, and it is possible, and you'll see from the photos, it's possible to kind of tuck in this train station and follow the train tracks up to where the stabbing actually takes place. So this movement here towards the stabbing is taking place at around 11 p.m. From there, we have movement again at 11:06 at 320 K Street. Now, if we look here, 320 K Street is a building that is just off the scene here. It's at the top, and it's a camera that kind of looks south. And it's a dark night, and it's a really long view for a surveillance camera. So this surveillance camera is not like the other two where it's clear enough that you can identify someone. It's showing silhouettes, right? You can't tell man, woman, anything about the individual other than that it's someone and that they're walking. And you see somebody walking down 3rd towards the encampment, and that takes place at 11:06. And then you see someone walking back from the encampment the other direction, and that takes place at 11:08. So this is going to be important. You're going to hear from one of the unhoused persons living in that encampment by the name of Alberto Orozco, and he's going to talk about how he saw an individual at the encampment 20 minutes before the stabbing. And he's going to talk about how that person was wearing a black sweatshirt and Adidas pants with white stripes on them, which is exactly the clothing that the defendant was wearing during this time. And that the person that Mr. Orozco saw wearing that distinctive clothing did that walk where they're coming up L, away from the encampment, and then down 3rd, away from the encampment. 4 minutes later, the defendant is identifiable by his pants on this surveillance. It's at the SPCA Goodwill over at 3rd and I, here at this corner. And so it's kind of a few blocks. It's about a 4-minute walk. And this camera is an interior camera from the shop, and it kind of has a view that through some glass doors, and so you'll be able to see the area. It's kind of right in front of the shop. and you'll see Mr. Dominguez, he's walking westbound on 3rd Street. As he's walking, a car comes the other way, and Mr. Dominguez turns around and then heads back towards where the encampment is. The next 20 minutes or so, Mr. Dominguez is somewhere in the area, but he's not on any cameras. We know that he's on foot because we saw him at the SPCA thrift shop, and we know that he's still in the area because the stabbing hasn't occurred yet. He's somewhere in the area of L between 2nd and 3rd, where this substation is and the stabbing occurs, and where he was last seen at the thrift shop. But then, at 11:36, we again see kind of a silhouette from that 320 K Street camera coming by. Then Kimberly is stabbed. Now Kimberly is, at the time of this, living in a tent. So you have the substation in the back here, and her tent is just off the sidewalk here. There's about a foot or so of dirt in between her tent and the sidewalk. And this is the walking path. So that someone coming past that 320 K Street camera would be coming to the right and then down this way. So the person would have walked from the bottom of this picture up toward the top. And Kimberly is in this portion of the tent, and she's sitting with her back up against the side of the tent, and she's on a tablet. Just like the other two scenes, the scene is dark. You're going to see some body camera videos from the officers, and you'll see them with their flashlights and how dark it is when they're not shining their lights. But Kimberly has a light. The light is coming from the tablet that she's looking at. And it's right in front of her as her back is up against the tent, and it's casting her shadow on the back wall of the tent. And so the person walking here, Mr. Dominguez, can see exactly where Kimberly is in that tent because she's lit up on the side of the tent. Now he comes in, takes the knife, and stabs her twice through the tent wall. Pandemonium ensues. Okay? There's been multiple stabbings in Davis, and people have been on edge, including unhoused people. One of the unhoused people goes in to try and defend her, Mr. Chessman, and he actually ends up going to the wrong tent, thinking that he's defending her, and punching another unhoused person because he thinks he's trying to fend off this attacker. But again, we have Mr. Orozco, who sees what's going on and sees the defendant running from the scene, and he sees him running back the way he came down L Street towards 3rd Street. Miss Guillory has holes in her tent that are very big, and you're kind of going to see that this is because she has to be extracted from the tent, and so the tent is ripping in different portions on the scene. So this side of the tent is not the entrance. This is the side wall of the tent, and the entrance is around the side. Okay? You're going to see that we have the exact same make model tent in a non-ripped up form, a demonstrative, that we can set up, and you'll see that this kind of gray top here is a rain fly that goes over the bottom portion here. Because on this night, not only was it dark, it was raining at the time that she was attacked. It's also going to be instructed as to what the height is for this stabbing, and that it's not a stabbing that happens at this height, but it's a lower stabbing, because you'll see how high the rain fly is and that it doesn't have holes in it, and you'll see that it's a stabbing down here on Miss Guillory as she's in the tent. So what do we know of movements after that? We have back to 320 K Street. Now this time, instead of a walking silhouette, we have a running silhouette running westbound on 3rd Street. From westbound on 3rd Street, there is an interruption of just a few minutes, 3 minutes in fact, and then we have the defendant now back on his bicycle, riding his bicycle past Davis Glass here on 3rd Street. He's kind of on the far side of the street riding his glass, riding his bike. He then makes a left turn here onto H Street, and this turn we're going to see from a surveillance video that's from this Ace Hardware, that's in Ace Hardware parking lot. This one is, again, kind of a distance shot, so it's not one an identification can be made from. But you'll see that the defendant just passed David's glass and then is now at the hardware store riding his bike, and he rides south on H. And from there, disappears for 5 minutes. Okay, so Ace Hardware, he's seen at 11:45. He's not seen back at the Legion Smoke Shop until about 11:50. What's also going on here is that he's coming down H Street, but then when he's next seen, he's seen coming down G Street and making a turn here onto 3rd. So he doesn't come down H and turn here on the 3rd. At some point, he cuts through these parking lots or city block here between 3rd, 2nd, G, and H. Okay? And it's kind of a long period of time for him to be cut out, and we can see when he reappears on G Street here that something has changed. His bike is now disabled. The chain or something has come off the bike, and he's not able to pedal the bike anymore. Something happened cutting through this area here where his bike isn't working anymore. And he's on the seat, and he's kind of just pushing the bicycle along with his feet, getting away from the scene with that. And he continues down 2nd Street all the way into the UC Davis campus. And he's picked up by several different surveillance videos. Again, Illusion Smoke Shop, 2nd and F, Blue Peak Credit Union, Helmets Optometry, and then finally he's on the UC Davis campus. On the UC Davis campus, he comes across 8th Street, and he's here by Taylor Hall, and then goes north along the walkway that's on the east side of Memorial Union. And there's a Taylor Hall kind of blue light phone camera that picks all this up that's located right outside Taylor Hall. Now, just a few minutes later, after coming up Taylor Hall, he comes back again into view, southbound on that same walkway, in front of these ATMs. So if we look at Taylor Hall, or at Memorial Union, this is the side view of Memorial Union, you can see that there's these ATMs here. It comes back down through the ATMs, and it comes around this corner, kind of into this alcove here. And so this is kind of a tucked-in little utility area, and he comes into that utility area, goes to the back, turns around, and then starts trying to fix his bike, trying to get it back in working order. And we're going to see this from that same Taylor Hall surveillance, and this is kind of a zoomed-in shot. You can see if there's a light pole in the way. But what you're going to see is that he pulls in his bike here, and he's kind of leaning over the bike, working something in the chain area of the bike, getting his bike into sorts. It doesn't work. He's not able to get his bike fixed. And then he walks around the side of Memorial Union, starts checking doors, starts trying to find a way to get in there, goes off camera, and then his movements aren't being tracked. He's not on camera again, and again, his phone is at home, and so it's not giving information as to where he's at. So what's going on after this 3rd incident, where he's attacked Kimberly Guillory? When she was attacked, her kidney was lacerated, and she was taken away by paramedics. They were able to save her. And she's actually going to come in and she's going to testify. She's going to talk to us about that experience. But Mr. Dominguez, he's got class the next day. So the next day, he's now carrying his phone again. He takes his phone, and he goes down to class, and he's down in the area where his classes are. This time, actually, while he's at his classes, he shuts down his phone again while at class. And then his movement information is not followed from that point. So Kimberly was stabbed 11:30 on May 1st. At this point, you'll hear information about kind of what was going on in the city of Davis after 3 different stabbings, including 2 fatal. And this is going to be that everyone was borderline panicked, that people were concerned for their safety. They were scared to go out at night. People were scared to go in parks. People were scared that anyone could be stabbed, because so far 3 strangers had been stabbed with no apparent reason. Officers were able to get descriptions based on Dr. Massey and from the surveillance video downtown, and we're able to put out kind of descriptions of this person with long curly hair who is suspected to have committed these stabbings. And the city of Davis responds. People are being called in left and right as possible suspects. Anytime someone sees anyone anywhere near that description, the officer's getting called, and they're going call to call, doing nothing but responding to people's reports of having spotted the individual that is responsible, and officers are having to contact each of these individuals and check out, is this the person? Is this the person? Is this the person? So on May 3rd, one of those calls comes in from Justin Schaefer. Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees the defendant in the kind of play structure area. We saw this earlier when we saw the points within Sycamore Park, but he's in the play area, kind of sitting, watching. Something doesn't seem right. He's wearing clothing and looking similar to the person that committed the stabbing, so Justin Schaefer calls it in. Now, Davis PD is not ignoring Mr. Schaefer, but they are very swamped, and so they're getting units over there, and it's going to be a minute before they get there. And so Justin Schaefer does his civic duty, and he's watching this person and responding with updates. And when Mr. Dominguez notices Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Dominguez leaves, and Mr. Schaefer follows. So they go up to the Safeway that's here. If you go up Safeway and you go into this kind of shopping area that's right here by the freeway by Covell, there's a Safeway shopping center, and the defendant goes inside. And so we have surveillance video from within the Safeway. We can see his movements of what he's doing inside the Safeway. And he's walking around and he's shopping. He's going to different shelves, and he's selecting items, and he's putting them in his bag. And he's carrying this bag in his hand. The thing about this bag is, he again doesn't have his phone. His phone is back at his house again. He doesn't have his wallet, keys, phone. The things that he is carrying is that shopping bag, and inside that shopping bag is a bloody knife. And that's all he brought out for his trip out to Sycamore Park on the 3rd. And when he walks away from the park and Justin Schaefer is following, he goes into Safeway and he's selecting items, he's putting them into the bag. And you'll see he's walking fine, he's able to steer around people, he has no issue selecting items, and you'll be able to see his movements and how he selects items in the store. He selects them, and then he walks out without paying and goes out of the store, because again, he doesn't have a wallet, he doesn't have any cash, he left anything like that back at his house. So after he leaves Safeway, he comes back down and he comes to this area here where you have like Pine, Villanova, Colby here, and he's walking back towards his house on Hawthorne, which is down towards the bottom of the map. And the officers show up. It's Officers Gonzalez and Story. And first they call out to him and say, hey, can we talk to you? But they're behind him, and he keeps walking down the street. And one of the officers gets in front of him with a cart, gets out, says, hey, can we talk to you? And the defendant stops and talks with him. And you'll see this video, this is a body camera recording, and you'll see that he's making eye contact with the officers, that he's having a conversation with him, that he's asking him things like, why do you need my information? And he's acting like people tend to act during police contacts. The thing is, and I told you this, and so you know, and he knew, that there's a knife in that bag. The knife is in that bag. And he's got the things that he's taken from the grocery store in that bag. And so you're going to see his mannerisms with this bag. Because as he's talking to the officers, you'll be able to see him even pull up his bag and kind of look inside to see, can this knife be seen in this bag? You'll see him looking down inside of it. And the officers are talking to him. They explain to them why they're stopping him, that there's been a series of homicides and that people are calling in, those who match the descriptions, and they're asking about what's going on. And the defendant is lying the entire time. They ask him for his name, and he tells them his name is John Joas, completely made-up name. They ask him for his date of birth, and he takes his date of birth and he tweaks it. Instead of telling them 10/5 of 02, he tells them 10/10 of 99. So close, it's just tweaking the details. They ask him his address, And instead of 762 Hawthorne, he tells them 782 Hawthorne. Okay? 782 Hawthorne doesn't exist. When the officers are trying to verify what's going on with him, they ask him things like, hey, do you live with anyone? He tells them no. And he says, well, actually, I do have roommates, I just don't talk to them. So the officers, at one point, they ask him, can we see your hands? You know, the person they're looking for has been involved in several stabbings with a sharp object. They'd like to see if there's injuries on his hands. And so at this point, the defendant's got the bag in his hand, and he actually goes down as if to set it on the ground, and then stops, because the bag has no handles, it's not closed. As soon as you set it on the ground, it's kind of open up, and you'll see the knife. And he actually stops himself from doing that, and shows them his hands while holding the bag, so that he's got a grip on that bag. Now, officers interviewing him are noting all these suspicious things, and ultimately decide, hey, we got to search this guy for weapons. And the officer comes in to do a search. They're starting the search and spot the knife in the bag. They put him in handcuffs and secure him at the scene. He's sitting there on the curb for a while, and officers are still trying to figure out who he is. He tells them again that he lives at 782. Okay? Again, that doesn't exist. Officers are trying to figure out who he is. They ask him his name again. He tells them again his name is John Jones. And the officers can see that he's not being entirely honest about what's going on, and they're trying to get the information as to what this is, because this is not the first person they've dealt with, right? They've been contacting people all over the city of Davis trying to eliminate them, and they're trying to see, is this the person or is it not? And officers eventually talk to him and say, hey, why don't we come down to the police station and talk about what's going on, because there's a lot going on. The officers have seen the knife, they see the cuts on his hands, they see that he matches the description, that long hair with his Adidas track pants and what's going on. And you'll see kind of the progression through this interview at the scene. You'll see where we have him at Safeway, he's walking around. You'll see his initial contact with the officers, where he's making eye contact and asking questions and providing responses. And then the cuffs come on, the detectives come out, they talk to him, they take off the cuffs to interview him. But the knife's been found, and everything starts shutting down. He stops asking questions, he stops being as responsive. He's still lying to them about the information, despite them saying, we just don't believe you if this is your name. And he starts shutting down his emotions and blocking out and starts staring off and not talking to the officers. And we have this kind of closing off of the defendant. So hopefully this has given you kind of the broad picture of what's going on. And so when you see a witness coming in, and they're coming in the middle of something that we're talking about, Central Park, and suddenly they're talking about being on L Street between 3rd and 2nd when Kimberly was stabbed, it's going to fit in, and you're going to be able to switch gears and say, hey, we're talking about this stabbing, we're talking about that stabbing, we're talking about what's going on. But at the end of the day, as I said at the beginning, the evidence is going to be that the defendant not only stabbed David Breaux, not only did he still stab Kareem, not only did he stab Kimberly, but for each of those that he did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, and I'll ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That concludes the people's opening statement. So we are going to take a break now. The break is 15 minutes. Let me walk you through this, how we're going to do breaks. And so generally, they're 15 minutes. And when you come back in, try to come back in sequence 1 through 18. It makes it a lot easier for you. Each break, I admonish, and it becomes part of everything that we're doing. Don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research, right? We're going to take a break now. We're going to invite Mr. Hutchinson to do defense opening statement when we return, and we'll end up taking a hard break at noon, from noon until 1:30. So this is just a 15-minute break. Wear your badges and enjoy your break. Thank you. Counsel, enjoy your break. Okay, off the record. let's go back on the record in case 20 now, live streaming, and we are ready now. Live streaming. Okay, thank you. We're ready now for the defense opening statement. So let me invite Mr. Hutchinson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Over the course of this trial, the circumstances that led to the tragic events of April and May 2023 will be very much in dispute. What is not in dispute is that Carlos Reales Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux, Kareem Abu Najm, and injured Kimberly Gilbert. The question to be answered in this trial is not one of who did it. Rather, the question that will be presented to you is what was Carlos Reales Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by a severe and debilitating mental disease. Mr. Reales Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychologist and psychiatrist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion. And none have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe exaggerating or faking mental health symptoms. As he sits before you today, he has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the past 21 months in a secure and controlled hospital or jail environment. But as the experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Reales Dominguez continues to have a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, behaves, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations, hearing, seeing, feeling things that aren't there, that have no basis in reality. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying, and maybe things that a healthy person would never believe. But to someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which is a fixed, false belief in something that has no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Just a moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Hallucinations, delusions, grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior. The experts will tell you these are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they're good, but positive because they represent an addition to what is a normal, healthy experience. You will also hear about what are called the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence or a taking away from what a person once had. This includes minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often described as a flat or blunted affect, an inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, avolition, which is a complete lack of motivation to do anything. You will hear how people with schizophrenia often have a very significant decline in personal hygiene and are unable to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintaining rigid, unusual postures for long periods of time, distrust of others, and social withdrawal. And over the course of this trial, you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez exhibit all of those symptoms, beginning sometime in the summer after his freshman year. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is the inability
of people to recognize that they're sick, to recognize their symptoms. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, when you have the first onset of schizophrenia, what experts will describe as the first break, before someone has had the opportunity to be placed on medication or treatment. Although it is obvious to everyone around them that they are ill, people with schizophrenia don't recognize that. And because of it, it is common for them to deny all symptoms of mental illness and deny any mental illness whatsoever. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the onset is typically sometime in the late teens or early 20s. Mr. Reales Dominguez is 22 years old. He was born on October 5th, 2002. Although it is impossible to identify the exact time that he first began exhibiting symptoms, as I mentioned, the evidence will show that it probably occurred sometime near the end of his freshman year at UC Davis in the spring of 2021 or shortly thereafter. Prior to that, for the first 18 and a half years of his life, Mr. Reales Dominguez was completely healthy. Born in El Salvador, he immigrated to the United States as a very young child. He was raised in Oakland with his parents and his two siblings, Dylan and Mia, who are 4.5 and 9 years younger than him. You will see that he was extremely close with his siblings. Given the hours that his parents worked, it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who often had the responsibility of getting them to school, walking them home, and giving them food. Although he spoke only Spanish when he first began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. At Castlemont High School in Oakland, he was an honor student, a four-sport athlete, participating in varsity football, soccer, track and swimming. Although not big in stature, he had a muscular, athletic build, and through hard work, he became the starting safety and captain of the football team. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would ultimately graduate 11th out of his graduating class. He was also a typical teenager. He started a YouTube channel which consisted of him doing silly activities or pranks with his friends and siblings, and also playing video games with running commentary. He was friendly, he was outgoing, and he was healthy. And through his hard work, he earned admission to UC Davis, which he began in the fall of 2020. Now, this was a time of COVID and online learning, and it was difficult to begin college in these circumstances, and Mr. Reales Dominguez was more shy than he had been in high school. Growing up, he had been referred to as Carlos Reales, which is the paternal name of his father. And Davis, they started referring to him as Carlos Dominguez because that is the last name on the Zoom screen. During this trial, he will be referred to as both, but I will refer to him as Mr. Reales Dominguez because that is the name his parents gave him. Despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales Dominguez, during his freshman year, developed multiple friendships across different social circles. The first person he met who became a good friend was a man by the name of Nathan Reales de Diaz. They met over a Zoom class. Mr. Reales de Diaz is a former football player himself, and he invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to throw the football around. And over the course of their freshman year, they would become very close friends. Through Nathan, Mr. Reales Dominguez met a young woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend and is probably the person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. Also during his freshman year, he became friends with a group of older UC Davis students from a different social circle, Sidney Sleslicki, Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. And they ultimately invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to join their fraternity. Witnesses will describe a young man, although somewhat on the shy side, was friendly, enjoyed social activities, liked being around people who they would see laugh, joke around, and smile. Throughout his freshman year, he had a close-cut, fade haircut, what Kaylee Gallardo described as pristine hygiene. He had a build that was described as normal, athletic, muscular, and even got a little chubby during COVID. A former athlete, he enjoyed playing basketball and other pickup games, and all the people who played with him during his freshman year did not notice anything unusual about how the way he walked, how he stood, or how he carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a biosciences major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it, and he finished his freshman year in good academic standing with 3 Bs, 5 Cs, 1 D, and a calculus for neuroscience class that he and many other freshmen had to repeat. Even in the time of COVID, it was a typical freshman experience. And then Carlos Reales Dominguez got sick. There is not a known cause for schizophrenia. They believe genetics plays a large role, but the experts will tell you it is a combination of genetics, brain chemistry, and environmental factors. And like so many individuals who experienced that first break of schizophrenia, Mr. Reales Dominguez was unable to recognize that he was sick. He was unable to recognize the symptoms that were clear to everyone else. When he left Davis for summer break, he went to Tracy, California, where his parents and siblings had recently moved. And his sister Mia recalls seeing him several times a day, just staring blankly at a wall for long periods of time. And she saw this multiple times throughout the summer. But at such a young age, she didn't know what to think about it and didn't think to tell her parents. But she did notice that he had stopped showering, which seemed very unusual to her, knowing the teenage brother who had showered multiple times a day in high school. When he returned to Davis for the fall of his sophomore year, he moved into the Parkside apartments with Nathan Reales de Diaz and 2 other roommates. But it became clear to Nathan very quickly that something had changed in his good friend. Suddenly, the athletic build had changed to someone who, quote, got really skinny. And Mr. Reales de Diaz will describe how over the course of that year, he would see Mr. Reales Dominguez moving his lips, like having a conversation with someone, but nothing was being said. And Nathan will tell you this freaked him out. And over the course of the year, which they began as good friends, they ultimately stopped communicating at all. Most of the time he spent his sophomore year was with his girlfriend, Kaylee Gallardo. But she also will tell you the differences she saw between the young man she met her freshman year. She also noted the dramatic weight loss and the pristine hygiene that she had dealt with for the first year, when he had to go back and take a shower before they could do anything, was gone. And she noticed in addition to this decline in hygiene, he became withdrawn. He didn't want to go out and do anything. He preferred to just stay in his apartment room, making beats with music or writing songs. When they did go out, he was paranoid. She will tell you how on multiple occasions, when they are walking down the streets of Davis or in some other public area, Mr. Reales Dominguez would believe that people had just said something about him. And these were people who Miss Gallardo knew were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And she could not even give you an estimate of how often this happened. She initially said 10 to 15 times, but it was so frequent, she can't even put a number on it. And this obviously concerned her, but when she would try to speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez about it, he just shrugged it off. She'll tell you about an incident in around March and April of 2022 when they were entering her apartments at the Parkside Apartments on Olive Drive in Davis. And they were going through the door, and another couple was coming behind them, and when nothing was said, Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly turned around and got in the man's face and confronted him about what he had just said. And the man hadn't said a word. Ms. Gallardo, it was clear to her that Mr. Reales Dominguez felt threatened by this man. He even attempted to tackle him to the ground. And Ms. Gallardo had to separate them. Unable to calm him down, she then tried to drive him back to his apartment complex, only to have him consistently try to open the door and get out while the car was still moving. Finally, when she was able to come to a complete stop, he got out and walked off into the darkness. And then for the remainder of the night, when she tried to call him and tried to text him, he did not respond. And she was so worried that the worst had happened. And then the next morning, she was able to get in contact with him, and he shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it. And for Ms. Gallardo, this event was a sign that as much as she cared for Mr. Reales Dominguez, as much as she wanted to help him, she needed to end the relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022. Although they would still see each other occasionally as friends, the relationship never resumed, although it was clear Mr. Reales Dominguez wanted it to. Now, after Ms. Gallardo ended their relationship, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. In late summer, he was able to get a job at the Jack in the Box on G Street in Davis. But it didn't last long. You will hear from a coworker named Gladys Verdeen. She will tell you on her first day on the job where she was reporting, Mr. Reales Dominguez just stood behind the counter and didn't even acknowledge her for 10, 15 minutes, till finally someone came out and spoke to her. She will tell, now they had overlapping shifts. Mr. Reales Dominguez worked earlier than her, but they would have about 2 or 3 hours they would overlap, and she would describe how every shift they would see him standing like a statue, arms straight by his side, staring at a wall for 10, 20 minutes. And this happened multiple times an hour, every shift she had. She will tell you about one incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless, like a statue, staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru order was heard throughout the restaurant. She'll tell you how she called out his name multiple times with no response. Finally, she walked over, pulled the headset from his head, and in her words, he flinched really bad, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Ms. Freddie will tell you how sometimes he just stopped, he didn't show up for his shifts, and ultimately he stopped showing up altogether. Now in the fall of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez moved into a house located at 762 Hawthorne Lane in Davis, where he was housemates with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He actually took over he wasn't on the lease, he took over the room that had been previously occupied by Sidney Slazicki, who had moved back home in Sacramento County due to family issues, but would still visit the house frequently. And when he moved in, it was immediately clear to all the housemates that this was very different than the young man they had met freshman year. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung in his eyes. He wasn't showering regularly, if he showered at all. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight at his side, which some of them would describe like almost a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he wouldn't even acknowledge him. Maybe 10% of the time. During housemate meetings, they would describe how he would stare off into a space or stare off into a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attention. All three roommates saw or heard things that caused them to believe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices. Mark Capito actually remembered an incident early in his friendship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, where Mr. Reales Dominguez asked Mr. Capito if he had ever heard voices, which Mr. Capito recognized in retrospect was likely a request for help, although Mr. Capito didn't realize that at that time. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routines when he would leave his home at night, or leave his home most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of seemingly random locations where he would sit and stare or engage in other seemingly bizarre behavior. Now, one of these locations was Sycamore Park. Before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, he had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He had played basketball at the elementary next door with Nathan, but it didn't have any meaningful connection. But within a few months, he was going there regularly, where he would sit on or near the play structure and stare at the ground or stare off into the distance. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade without a handle, and he started engaging in a routine where he would take the blade and just try to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throw it into a specific tree, trying to get it to stick. And he would do this over and over. And when he realized that the dullness of the blade was making this routine difficult, he did go on Amazon and he ordered a knife, which you've already heard was ordered on December 5th, 2022. Another seemingly random location that Mr. Reales Dominguez would regularly go to, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of 2nd, or the gravel portion of 2nd and K Streets. This was the location of a downed and abandoned wooden power pole, which I will refer to as Mr. Reales Dominguez's sitting log. Now, during her sophomore year and into the fall of her junior year, which was in the fall of 2022, Kaylee Gallardo lived at the Ryder Apartments, which are right there. For point of reference, over here is the intersection of 2nd and L Street, which was near the area where Miss Guillory was stabbed. Now, when Mr. Reales Dominguez was living at the Parkside Apartments, he would follow the rail when he would go to visit Miss Gallardo at the Ryder Apartments. He would follow the railroad tracks that run north and south through Davis, and you see they split at 3rd Street. He would follow it east into, which is a gravel portion of 2nd Street, and although you're not supposed to do this, he would cut across the railroad tracks, and then he would enter the Ryder Apartments through a gate. There is a locked gate. It has signs that say no trespassing, but you will see it's wide open, and people commonly pass through there. And somehow, during this time, he became aware of the down power pole that I would call the sitting log. It's not there anymore. It was finally removed, but fortunately, Davis police officers named Alex Torres, who, when taking photographs at the scene where Miss Guillory was stabbed, he took hundreds of photos, not knowing what is relevant. And he got 4 photos where you can see the log. It's not clear. There is a gravel pile there. You see an overturned chair, but behind it you can see the pole. And even after Kaylee Gallardo moved out of the Ryder Apartments, Mr. Reales Dominguez would find himself either walking or riding to this location, sitting on that log and staring off across the railroad tracks for the Ryder Apartments. This photo doesn't have the log in anymore, but you can still see the gravel, and you can see the Ryder Apartments directly across. And he would come here at night, sometimes in the day, and he would sit and stare. Sometimes he would get up and walk around before coming back. Now, you've heard about Central Park. Unlike Sycamore Park and his sitting log, Central Park was not one of his destinations when he would leave on these walks. He was familiar with Central Park. He had attended farmers markets there, just like most people in Davis. But when he would leave to go on these walks, it wasn't a destination. It was, however, a place he would stop on his way back home, whether from the sitting log or some other location. Now, when Mr. Reales Dominguez obviously ordered that knife on December 5th, it was right during the time of finals and then Christmas break. We don't know when it arrived, but we know he went home to Tracy over winter's break. And his parents were so shocked and concerned at the physical decline they saw in their son that they urged him to stay home and not go back to UC Davis. They could see something was terribly wrong, but they did not have the knowledge to recognize what it was, and as immigrants themselves, they did not know how to access the resources to help him. And because Mr. Reales Dominguez was an adult and did not rely on his parents for financial assistance to attend college, they did not even have the financial leverage to keep him to stay home. By the time Mr. Reales Dominguez returned to Davis for his winter term, he had stopped communicating with his housemates altogether. He wouldn't acknowledge their presence. He had only minimal communication with his family, and then it cut off altogether. Ms. Gallardo will tell you about how on February 6th, she received text messages from both Dylan and Mia, concerned that they hadn't heard from their brother, and if she could help them get in touch with him. And for Ms. Gallardo, who knew how close Mr. Reales Dominguez was with his siblings, this terrified her. But ultimately, she was able to give them a number, and they were able to contact him. He continued to isolate himself in his room. He would only leave to attend class or go on his nightly walks. And as I mentioned, when he did appear, he walked stiff and erect, arms straight at his side. He continued going on his nightly walks. He started carrying the knife he purchased on Amazon, both to Sycamore Park and the sit-in log, and he would continue the bizarre routine of trying to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throwing it at a specific tree. You also see that he used the knife to carve into one of the trees at Sycamore Park what he thought was a face, or something that looked like a face to him. He tried to attend his classes, but his disease made that impossible for him to comprehend the material or perform the work. And you will hear he received all Fs his winter term. By April of 2023, Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a state that multiple experts will tell you is florid psychosis, where he was seeing, hearing, and believing that he was being stalked by a group of shape-shifting supernatural beings that he described as the shadow figures. He had these hallucinations for some time, but as his disease progressed, they became more frequent, more vivid, and more terrifying. And you will see it was the progression of this disease and the hallucinations that came with it that ultimately led to the tragic encounters with David Breaux, Kareem Abu Najm, and Kimberly Guillory. When Mr. Reales Dominguez was first stopped by the police on April 3rd, you will hear he was at Sycamore Park, sitting on the bench, staring off into space. The individual who followed him and called the police will describe how he seemed to walk not in any sort of deceptive way, but as though he had no idea where he was going. It was simply random. When he was contacted by the police, he was paranoid. He was in a state of florid psychosis. And you will see he did not believe in his mind that he had stabbed or killed anyone. After he was taken to the Davis Police Department, he was placed in an interrogation room where he would remain for the next 7 hours, not moving, not eating, not drinking, not asking to use the bathroom. Detectives Steve Ramos and Matt Muscardini would spend approximately 5.5 of that hours asking Mr. Reales Dominguez leading, forced choice questions to which they would receive contradictory responses of yeah, no, or I don't know. When they did not get the responses they wanted, they became frustrated, they became angry, and they repeatedly told Mr. Reales Dominguez what they, quote, already know. That he stabbed people, that he killed people, and they told this to him over and over and over again. During this 7 hours in the interrogation room, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat motionless, speaking in a halting, monotone voice. When officers moved about their chair like normal people do, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat like a statue. Even during a break, when both officers left the room, the only movement was Mr. Reales Dominguez standing up, putting on his hoodie, and starting to walk out the door before the officer watching the door stopped him and said, "What are you doing? Sit down." Mr. Reales Dominguez said, "I was just going to go for a walk." Completely oblivious to the situation he was in. He didn't make eye contact, except for the times the officers ordered him to look at them, which they did over 20 times. He exhibited grossly disorganized thought processes and disorganized speech. Although he persisted in giving the name of John Joas, he gave his correct phone number, and he tried to give his email to UC Davis under the name Carlos Dominguez, but he was unable to spell it correctly. Other information he gave was close to accurate. You heard at the scene he said he lived at 782 Hawthorne, when in reality he lived at 762. He spelled his mother's name as Varla instead of Carla. He spelled his high school as Castlement instead of Castlemont. And what experts will tell you, this is not examples of lying, it is examples of a completely disorganized mind. And for the experts who watched that interrogation, it is obvious and clear it is a person who is exhibiting multiple symptoms of schizophrenia. But it was being conducted by two detectives who had absolutely no knowledge, no training, and no experience to recognize what they were seeing. Now, you heard that Mr. Reales Dominguez was separated from UC Davis. He had the appeal, which was mentioned, that was for academic probation. When he received his separation letter, they simply sent him an email, which he never responded to and never acknowledged that he received it, which there is no evidence he ever received it. And you'll see it is an email written in a way that even a mentally healthy person would have difficulty understanding what it meant. You saw from the prosecutor's PowerPoint that even after this first two stabbings had occurred on May 1st, he appears to be trying to go to his classes at their scheduled time. You will see he arrived at one almost right as it ended, but then appeared to go to the other one. And then the following day, May 2nd, after the stabbing of Miss Guillory, again you see him trying to go to his classes. And you will see, with respect to this power on, power off summary that the prosecutor showed you, you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez had an old cell phone that didn't hold a charge, and this power on, power off pattern existed for multiple months. And there was a very good reason why someone would need to bring a cell phone to a class at UC Davis, and that will be explained to you. You will see also after his arrest, when the officers told him that he had been separated from UC Davis, he maintained that he had not, that he was still a student. After his arrest, Mr. Reales Dominguez was housed in an infirmary of the Yolo County Jail. He spent each day in an empty cell, dressed in a suicide smock, staring at the wall or staring at the ground. He never expressed any desire to hurt himself. He was in the suicide smock just because of how he presented to the mental health staff. He consumed only in extremely small amounts of food and water. They described it as a hunger strike, but he wasn't asking for anything. He just said he wasn't hungry. And soon, the former starting high school safety had fallen to about 108 pounds, resulting in multiple trips to the emergency rooms. But like so many with schizophrenia, he denied any mental health symptoms. Every question asked of him, he denied. And when they offered to give him antipsychotic medication, he refused. For nearly 3 months, he sat in that cell without showering, without brushing his teeth, staring at a wall, or staring at the ground. For the first month, he was minimally communicative. You were heard, he made statements concerned that he was missing his classes at UC Davis, that he needed to register for classes, and he was wondering if he could have a laptop so he could keep up with his classes, still believing he was a student. Ultimately, he stopped communicating verbally, would only use hand gestures, and then basically stopped communicating at all. The psychiatrist who was treating him at the jail, her name is Patricia Tyler, and she treated him via telepsychiatry. She didn't actually meet him in person. She diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia, and she recommended emergency involuntary medication. Medication he would have to take whether he wanted to or not. You will see that finally in late July, he was given a single dose of antipsychotic medication, and finally the jail sought and received an order on August 3rd, 2023, an order from the court that allowed them to administer antipsychotic medication involuntarily. And shortly thereafter, Mr. Reales Dominguez began receiving antipsychotic medication for the first time in his life. Once the order was signed and they showed it to him, he didn't physically resist. You will hear that the criminal case was paused on September 13th, 2023. He was admitted to Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. He remained at Atascadero for approximately 3.5 months before returning to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024, when criminal proceedings resumed. You will see that while antipsychotic medication is very effective, or can be very effective, at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, the hallucinations, the delusions, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And you will see that many of Mr. Reales Dominguez's negative symptoms, though less pronounced, are still present today. But having now received treatment, received medication, he does now recognize and fully accept that he has schizophrenia. Now, I would like to respond to a few things that was brought up by the prosecutor, because it'll likely be several weeks, if not more, before the defense is allowed to call any witnesses. And they spoke to you about what Dr. Matt Massey saw. He was the individual who found Mr. Reales Dominguez in Central Park at the Central Park, in Sycamore Park, at the location of the stabbing of Kareem Abu Najm. And what Dr. Massey will tell you is that when he approached and he had a flashlight on his cell phone, Mr. Reales Dominguez seemed scared. He said, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And he spoke in a childlike voice. And that Dr. Massey's initial reaction when Mr. Reales Dominguez got on the bike and rode off was that he had scared him. And then he saw Mr. Abu Najm on the ground. what you will see is that although Mr. Reales Dominguez did ride across the highway and drop that bike, he immediately returned back and crossed over that bridge. A young woman named Hannah Cheney, who was riding her bicycle by when she saw Dr. Massey on the phone before police even arrived, saw someone who you will see was Carlos Reales Dominguez crossing back over. In the state he was at that time, he was just trying to go home. And that is the only way he knew. Another thing the prosecutor said is that there was no blood found at the Hawthorne residence. You will see that statement is absolutely not true. To the contrary, the evidence found at the Hawthorne residence will show that Carlos Reales Dominguez made no effort to clean or wash anything. Another thing I want to mention is that you will hear testimony from Kimberly Guillory and other members of the unhoused community in Davis, and they are very close, some of them are very close to each other, and they speak amongst each other. And you will see they are operating under a belief that approximately 9 o'clock on May 1st, when Kimberly Guillory was stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was across from the tents, hiding behind trees, scoping them out. This is what they told the law enforcement. This is what many of them still believe. And that two men named Isaac Cheeseman and Albert Osorio did chase him. What you will see is that is absolutely not true. There was a person who they chased at 9 o'clock. His name was Khalid Siddiqui. He worked at Steve's Pizza. And when he would later talk to police, he would tell them how he was trying to walk home from work. And he got to that area, and suddenly a group of unhoused individuals started chasing him for no apparent reason. And an officer named Derek Russell, through an anonymous source at the FBI, was able to get a video of this incident, which clearly identified it was Mr. Siddiqui. But for some reason, he did not get a copy of the video. And Davis police ultimately determined that Mr. Siddiqui had no involvement whatsoever, and who those individuals saw was Mr. Siddiqui, not Mr. Reales Dominguez. But you will see to this day, law enforcement has allowed those witnesses to continue to repeat that false statement, even though they know it is not true. You heard just last week, Ms. Guillory was meeting with law enforcement about her testimony. She repeated that statement, and they let her continue to believe it. And keep that in mind when you evaluate the testimony of Ms. Guillory and the other members of the unhoused community, how that false belief affects their testimony. Now, an opening statement is not an opportunity to discuss the law, and it will be many weeks before the judge instructs you on the specific intents and mental states that the prosecution must prove for the charges in this case and the various enhancements. So please, as Judge McAdam told you, reserve your judgment until you have heard all the evidence and have had all the law explained to you so you can see how it fits together. But as you hear the evidence, much of which is going to be very difficult to hear and very difficult to see, please keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, that this trial is not just about the physical acts that Mr. Reales Dominguez did, but also what was happening in his mind when he did them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That concludes the defense opening statement. And that concludes the opening statement phase of this trial. So the next turn will be the evidentiary phase of the trial, and we'll begin to take witnesses produced by the people. We're right here up against the noon break, so we're going to go ahead and take our break. This afternoon you'll be hearing from witnesses. Okay, and then I had a question from juror number 7. We're all good where we're at. Thank you for your disclosure. It's not a concern to me. Okay? Thank you. And then I had a question also from another juror about judging credibility. And I recognize that each of you have a little bit different angle and so forth. The witness stand is right here, and you're to use your best ability to see the witness, and I'll make sure you can hear each and every witness, okay? And so we'll do that. So at this time, we're going to resume at 1:30. I'd like you to be up here a little bit before. Please wear your badges in the courthouse. And remember the 3-part admonition at all times. Do not discuss this case other than scheduling. Do not research the case. And do not form any opinions until you're deliberating. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back this afternoon. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Let's go on the record in case CR 23-1391. This is the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. And we're now ready for the evidentiary phase of this trial. So I'll turn to Prosecutor DeMora. Do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Your Honor, the people will call Maria Breaux.
Okay, let's get Ms. Breaux. Counsel, I'm going to ask her to stand pretty much where you're at. Just give her a second, and then I'll let you move in. Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand, and then we have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give and the cause not been before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for record and spell them both.
Ms. Breaux, if you could state your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
On my birth certificate, Annamarie Breaux, Annemeria, and Breaux, Breaux, and I also go by Maria Breaux.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMora, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Ms. Breaux. Ms. Breaux, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, who you're related to.
I live in San Francisco. I'm 56, will be 57 in December, and I make my living as a writer, marketing writer, as well as a filmmaker. Would you like to know anything beyond that?
Well, let me ask you, I mentioned who you're related to. Did you have a brother?
I did.
Who's your brother?
I have 2 brothers.
Do you have a brother named David?
I do.
And who's your other brother?
My other brother is Joseph Breaux.
And you know why we're here today talking about David, correct?
I do.
So I'm going to show you 2 pictures, People's Exhibit 55A and 55B. All right, approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit 55 on the top, 55A, and then 55B on the side. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And who is the individual in there?
David Henry Breaux.
And Are those pictures that you're familiar with?
I am.
Did you take those or did you have those at some point?
I did not take them, but I have both of them.
And is this, in life, was this a fair and accurate depiction of David?
It is.
Thank you. Ms. Breaux, could you tell us a little bit about David?
Yes, he's my so-called little brother. He was 6'2", and we grew up in the same house, same parents. He is 4 years younger than me. We both went through the same schools. We grew up in Doherty, California, in Southern California, and I left there in 1987 to attend Stanford, and he also went to Stanford 4 years after that, and went through, he studied urban studies with a focus on community development, and after that had odd jobs. He worked as a high school teacher, he worked in a sporting goods store, he also worked with at-risk youth as a case manager in Los Angeles, and had a couple of different relationships during that time. After college, he graduated. He took kind of a longer route and graduated in 1998, after which he went to go take care of our ailing father in Doherty. Our mother had passed away in 1997. And we had a difficult upbringing and childhood with a volatile father and a mom who had schizophrenia. And after I left, David became her caretaker. I was her caretaker before that point. And so he went back home, took care of my father, who passed away in 2004. David had moved out of the house by then, and he and I started the process of renovating our family home. Over the course of 2 years, my dad passed in 2004. He had signed the house over to us. And so David and I worked together to bring it to a livable state and sold it in 2006. And then he moved to the Bay Area. I was working at Genentech at the time as a supervisor of technical writers, a technical writing team. And then he met someone who reported to me. I introduced them, and he had a very serious relationship with her, and then struggled with depression for a number of years while he was in high school, also when he came up to the Bay Area, and was suicidal for some time. But through a loving community and this relationship that he was in, but he was not able to overcome his depression, we recommended therapy for him, and he did go to therapy. Go ahead. Sure, I know this can be a long story.
Oh,
so.
Okay. About what time frame are we talking about right now where you talked about David graduated, I take that from Stanford?
Yes, he graduated from Stanford in 1998.
And then when did you and David sell the house?
We sold that in 2006.
And then the relationship that we're talking about right now, about what time frame are we in? Right?
That, I believe, started in 2005. If I'd have to check, but I believe it was in 2005.
And you were talking about with the help of the community, and I think I cut you off right there. So you were talking about with the help of the community, what happened?
So he broke up. Him and his girlfriend broke up. He moved to Oakland, and he was in a studio apartment, and he decided that he was going to pursue, according to him, he said he had exercised his body by working out, his mind by going to college, his heart by being in a relationship. So he wanted to exercise his spirit. So he spent about a year and a half doing deep research into Western religions, Eastern religions, and philosophical thought, and looking at YouTube videos, reading books, and he came across a TED Talk by Karen Armstrong, who's a religious scholar, British religious scholar, and she had a TED Talk on compassion and about how she was kind of calling different institutions, communities, individuals to place compassion at the core of their values and their belief system, and that spoke to David. And so he continued about his life, but he thought, I want to do something compassion related. But at the same time, he was having health issues. And one day he kind of had a blackout and ended up in he called his friend, and his friend called an ambulance, and he ended up in a psychiatric hospital in San Leandro. And while he was there, he realized he was okay, and that he would devote the rest of his life to raising awareness of compassion.
So I want to use that to ask you about, did David have a nickname that you're aware of?
Yes,
What was that?
Compassion Guy.
And do you know where or how or when he got his nickname?
On the way back from the psychiatric hospital, he called a friend, Davis, and his friend Josh said, yes, you can stay with me. David had $50 left in his bank account, and he said, I need to do something. So he came to Davis, California, and with a note, his intent was he was going to start asking people, and he had started doing this work in Oakland, but he had a notebook and a pen, and he would ask people to write their definition of compassion. And so he did that from June 3rd, 2009 until his passing, and that's how he got to be called Compassion Guy in Davis.
And so June 3rd, 2009, is that about the time frame that he came to Davis, California?
That's the time he started collecting definitions in Davis. He came in May 2009.
And did you have a chance to visit with him when he was in Davis? Did you ever get the opportunity to come up and see him do his work and interact with people?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Me and my family would come up. We always knew where to find him. He was at the corner of 3rd and C. And because sometimes my memory is a little spotty, I actually met people through email threads that I didn't really know who they were until later, and I met them in person. So people from the community, some people who are probably in this courtroom right now. And David made a lot of friends, and he brought some of them to San Francisco. Since I'm a filmmaker, he would come to see my movies, and he would bring friends from Davis. And so through that, I got to know some of the people in his sphere, and people who later helped him with his compassion work.
When you say he was usually located at 3rd and C, are you talking about the intersection of 3rd Street and C Street, Davis?
That's correct.
You said you always knew where to find him. When you were with him, is that sort of the area of downtown Davis that he would stay in and interact with members of the community?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you got to see David?
The last time I saw David, it was in July 2019.
Did the two of you keep regular contact in between when you were actually able to see each other?
Yes, we did.
How so?
Through either, in various means, he sometimes had a phone, sometimes didn't have a phone. It was either through phone calls, texts, Twitter messages, or Facebook messages.
But it's fair to say that during that time, you were always sort of seeing what his work was doing, keeping track of him, and just staying connected.
That's correct.
You said that he came up and he messaged a friend when he came up to Davis to stay with that friend. Was he housed or unhoused when he was in Davis?
He was technically homeless, but not on the street until, as far as I know, 2018. And until that point, he was either couch sitting, house sitting, making use of the interfaith rotating winter shelter. So was inside, and as far as I know, he wasn't outside until 2018.
And do you know, did he prefer to live outside amongst the community, or was he actively looking for stable housing? Do you know?
He was actively looking for stable housing after a certain point. I should also add he was for 1 year on a tour around the U.S. called the Compassion Tour. Each month someone would host him, and he would give talks and had his notebook set up at an appointed bench in that city. But it wasn't until sometime during the pandemic where he actively sought to go back inside full time.
In 2023, do you know where he'd been staying?
I believe he was staying outside.
When was the last time that you and David had the opportunity to either talk or text or Twitter, just communicate in general?
On his birthday, February 26, 2023.
And on April of 2023, April 29th, did you receive news about David?
I received news about David on the evening of April 27th, 2023.
And with that, what was that news?
Someone from the San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office came to my door and said that David had died.
Since David's passing, have you had the opportunity to visit areas where David either frequented or a corner where there is a bench and memorial set up?
I have.
Show you people's 43B. Approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Breaux, do you recognize people's 43D?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
At the compassion bench.
And so you're familiar with this area?
I am.
Is that in the city of Davis and County of Gilbert?
It is.
And is that picture of 43D, is that how Compassion Bench looks in honor of David?
It's covered with flowers, and yes, it is in honor of David.
And you've had the opportunity to visit that area?
I have.
Would you say, is that a fair and accurate picture of David's bench?
It is.
Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Quick questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
I do not have any questions for this program.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Breaux, appreciate you coming in here and testifying. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do. People would call Aiden Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Come on in and stand at the podium here in the well. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
My name's Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay, understood.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to about to give and cause nothing for the court, to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First and last name for the record, and spell them both.
My name is Aiden Reynolds. First name spelled A-I-D-A-N. Last name spelled R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to lean into the mic. We're picking you up well.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, Mr. Demora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Reynolds, I wanted to go back to April of 2023. Do you remember where you were on April 27, 2023?
Yes. at around 11.
Correct.
My colleague Ian Halliburton and I were working on a research project involving monitoring bird nests around Davis and other urban areas. That particular morning, we were monitoring a bird near Central Park who was foraging in the northern portion of the park. We were following it southbound through the park when we passed by some benches. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw someone sitting in one of the benches, but it was only when we approached like that area about like 10 or 15 yards away where Ian noticed that he was in a really bad state. I remember he said, that man is dead. And I turned and looked more closely at the man sitting in the bench, and yeah, it was very clear he was in a very bad state. And that's when Ian.
Well, let me stop you real quick. Let me break up a couple of things first.
Absolutely.
I want to go back to, you said that you and Ian Halliburton were working on a research project involving birds. What were you doing at the time? What was your job or your trade or field of study?
Yeah, so the project is called Project Phoebe, and we kind of analyze the effects of urban environments on a specific songbird species called the black phoebe.
What's the name of the bird?
Black phoebe.
Can you spell it?
It's BLACK PHOEBE.
Okay, that's the core part. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's a little black songbird. They build mud cup nests on the underside of roofs, so they're very common in urban ecosystems. And so we have a bunch of sites where we monitor those birds and their nests in multiple parks around Davis and Sacramento and Woodland. And yeah, on this particular morning, we went to a bird that we were monitoring near Central Park. I believe its nest was located northwest of Central Park across the intersection.
Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
When you say Central Park, you're talking about the city of Davis.
Yes.
And
Yes.
when you say across the intersection, what intersection are you referring to?
I believe it's I'm not actually sure. I'm not. I've lived in Davis for 4 years and I still can't remember the streets, but yeah, it was. Can I pull up my phone to?
That's all right.
How about this?
We're good.
I will show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2B. Am I press on?
Okay, did you say 2B as in boy?
2 is in boy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 2B. Are you able to recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is Central Park. I could see the bench where we found David.
And you're familiar with this photograph or this overview of Central Park?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so before we get into too many of the details about this, I'm going to ask you some questions in a little bit.
Okay.
But the intersection you're referring to, do you see it on here?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, and you're pointing to the bottom left corner of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that's not an important quarter.
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Now if I can, see if I can get this published with permission from the court.
Okay.
There we go. So you were saying the intersection on 2B is this bottom left-hand corner right there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when you and Mr. Halliburton were tracking this bird, you mentioned that you got about, and I want to say this correctly, about 15 yards away from the benches?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, sorry.
All right, so if you're able to, with one of the landmarks in this photograph, identify where you and Mr. Halliburton were about the time you first saw Mr. Breaux.
Here, you want to point it out?
Sure.
push the button, there's a laser on it.
So we walked across this crosswalk, and we're walking around this trajectory, where around here is where we noticed that there was something wrong, and and that's when we took a closer look at the body, and that's when Ian decided to call in a wellness check. But it was.
So, for the record, you took the laser pointer, went from kind of the middle of the grassy area up to the right of the exhibit.
Yes.
And you stopped where it looks like there's people to the right side of that white square, which is the tent.
Yes.
So you mentioned that Ian had said that that person looks dead.
Yes.
Did you look in that direction at where David was sitting on the bench?
Not before Ian had mentioned that. In my peripheral vision, I did see someone sitting on the bench, but I wasn't looking directly over there. I was focused on the bird that was flying towards the carousel.
And that carousel is off to the upper right of.
Yes.
So when Ian said that, when you heard him say that, what did you do?
I turned to my left and looked closer at what Ian had pointed out. It was from there where we both concluded that the man was probably deceased and that we should call a wellness check to confirm that.
And why did you believe he appeared deceased? There was a visible pool of blood directly beneath him, below the bench, and there were a lot of flies buzzing around him. Did you get closer to him than the 15 yards when you first saw him? Yes, we got about maybe 5 yards away. Were there any signs of life, such as movement, gasping for air or breath or words, anything like that? No, none whatsoever. Did you or Ian ever come into contact with the body? Did you touch it or move it? No. Did you see any items on the ground around the body? No. Did you see any clothes or backpacks or anything like that? No. Prior to, I'm going to step back for a second. When you saw Mr. Breaux, when you saw the body on the bench in your periphery, prior to Ian seeing anything, had there been anything to draw your attention to that body? No, I would say not. Nothing that stood out that drew my attention to the bench, besides the fact that there appeared to be a man sitting on the bench. Did you ever hear any struggle or fight or screaming coming from that direction or that bench? No. Did you see anyone lingering in the areas around that body or that bench? No. I believe there was a meeting with some of the administration of that park. I think in this general area, and there was a man who was approaching us and asked if we were gonna call it in once we told him that the man was dead and that we wanted to call in a wellness check. But that was the only activity in that area besides some families in this playground over here. First place you had pointed to where there's that meeting was off to the right of the exhibit. Yes. There's concrete and some benches. And then the playground area, for the record, you indicated was at the upper portion of the exhibit, just along that tree line. Yes. you see any type of weapon on the ground, like a knife or a sharp object?
No.
And how long did you and Mr. Halliburton stay in that area?
I'd say we waited about 10 minutes for the police, and we waited in the general area for probably another 45 minutes.
Maybe just to step back for 1 second. When we started our questioning, you said at 11, and we talked about morning, but just to be clear, we're talking about 11 a.m. on April 27th.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reynolds, thank you for making time for me today. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well.
All right, Mr. Demora, the witness?
People call Ian Halliburton.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Come on in, stand here at the podium before me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, then I'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak about to give and cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Ian, I-A-N, last name Halliburton, H-A-L-I-B-U-R-T-O-N.
Okay, thank you. You won't need to lean in, I don't think. Yeah, just relax. Thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Mr. Halliburton, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently an ornithologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum.
And could you tell us what an ornithologist is?
Yes, I am a field biologist, an ecologist, specifically working with birds.
In April of 2023, did you have the same position or were you doing something different?
In April of 2023, I was a graduate student at UC Davis.
What were you studying?
I was studying animal behavior.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated in June of 2024.
So I want to take you to April 27th of 2023, around 11 a.m. Were you at Central Park in City of Davis, County of Yolo, around 11 a.m. with Aiden Reynolds?
Yes.
Who was Mr. Reynolds to you at the time? Were colleagues, friends? Was he your researcher?
Yeah, so Aiden is an undergraduate at UC Davis still and was at the time, and he was an undergraduate technician on the project that I was working on.
You just spoke a little bit about that, that the two of you were tracking a specific type of bird.
That's correct.
Did your project take you into Central Park?
Yes, Central Park is one of our study sites.
Just after 11 a.m. That day, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes, we were following this particular bird that he likely mentioned across the road there at B Street into Central Park. It took us through that like northern part of the park towards the carousel, and as I passed by a bench on that northern side of the park, I noticed someone who wasn't moving, and then stayed there, continuing to observe this person.
How long did you observe this person?
It only took maybe about 5 or 10 minutes, probably even less, before I realized that something was wrong. Given that the person wasn't moving, that was what first drew my attention. And then I started noticing other concerning things that convinced me to call the police, such as blood.
When you say such as blood, what did you observe about blood?
The first thing that I noticed was blood, what I presume was blood based on the color, underneath the bench. And then as I looked more carefully at the person on the bench, I saw stains on their clothes as well that appeared to be blood.
How close, when you first made an observation that something was wrong, about how far away were you?
Maybe about 15 feet.
And did you get closer when you started to observe more concerning things?
It wasn't really necessary. It was apparent from that distance that the person wasn't moving and that there was blood.
And during the entire time you were observing this individual, did you at any point see any signs of life?
No, I did not. Of course, I figured, I realized that in cases like this, people often will like call and request that police check for life, or I don't know what the term is, but that's something that can be done. And I didn't feel competent assessing that myself, but of course with blood, it felt like, something was seriously wrong.
And based on those observations, is it fair to say that you and Mr. Reynolds, you didn't touch the body or do anything, you called it in?
That's correct. We stayed about that same distance or more the entire time.
Did you see anyone else prior to the police getting there? Did you see anyone come up to the body, touch the body, move the body, anything like that?
I did not see anyone interact. There were other people in the area, and their attention was directed towards the body as well. I noticed things, and keeping roughly that same distance, asked these people, if they had noticed the same things and if they had called the police already, and no one had called the police.
Did you, from the distance, from your vantage point, did you see anything, any items on the ground around the body that we now know is David Breaux?
No, I did not.
Did you see any knives or sharp objects?
No, I only remember seeing the body, and below the bench all I remember was blood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Halliburton, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeMora.
We'll call Sergeant Antonia Diaz.
Okay, get the sergeant. Okay, Sergeant Diaz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Come on into the podium right here, ma'am. Yeah, let me stop you there. Thank you. Every courtroom does it differently. Then I'm gonna have the clerk administer the oath to you there, and then take the witness stand for the questioning.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give and the cause not pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
First name is Antonia, last name is Diaz. Antonia is A-N-T-O-N-I-A. Diaz is D-I-A-S.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Diaz.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Diaz, where are you employed?
With the City of Davis Police Department.
And are you a peace officer?
I am
How long have you been a peace officer?
about 13 and a half years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 3 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant?
Well, currently I'm the community-oriented policing sergeant, so it's a lot of community outreach, working with the in-house community, problem solving as problems arise in the city.
In April of 2023, what was your role as a sergeant at that time?
I was a patrol sergeant.
And when you say patrol sergeant, is that where you supervise patrol officers and call and respond to services?
Yes, typically it's the watch commander for the city, which includes reviewing all the calls for service, reviewing reports, supervising the officers.
And did you have a collateral duty as part of being a peace officer with the Davis Police Department?
I had several.
How about as a member of the evidence response team?
At that time, I was transitioning out of that role, but I was still acting as a consultant to the team.
Were you acting as a consultant because you had been in that assignment or that collateral duty for a period of time?
I was, yes.
About how long?
At that point, probably about 8 years.
So I want to go to April 27th of 2023. Were you working during the daytime hours on that day?
I was.
Around 11:22 a.m., did you receive a call that required police response?
We did, yeah. A call came in for a person at the park who appeared to be deceased.
And when you say the park, what park are you referring to?
Central Park,
Is that in the city of Davis, County Goa?
it is.
Did you respond to that scene?
I did,
Were you the first peace officer to arrive there?
yes.
Were there other personnel or other individuals, first responders that were there?
Yes, EMS was there, so fire and AMR ambulance personnel.
And on that date, did you have your body-worn camera with you?
I did,
And was it functioning?
yes.
And did it capture the events of when you first responded to Central Park?
It did.
Show you just a still shot of People's Exhibit 3.
Is that the projector?
Normally you'd show the witness here. Are we stipulating, Mr. Hutchinson?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can go ahead and publish that.
Thank you. Sergeant Diaz, looking at the screen on Exhibit 3, do you recognize that still shot?
It appears to be from my body-worn camera.
And have you reviewed your body-worn camera related to the case that we're here in court today?
Yes,
And from the still shot, are you familiar with the contents of your body-worn camera?
yes,
And does this fairly accurately depict your your first arrival on scene to Central Park on April 27, 2023, just after 11 a.m.?
It does.
Permission to play the video, Gary?
Is there audio and do we have a transcript?
Oh, I do have a transcript and there is audio, yes.
Okay. Let me instruct the jury and the court reporter. Throughout this trial, we may watch video and or hear audio. The actual evidence is the video that you're watching with the audio. To assist you from time to time, but perhaps not in every case, it'll be a video by video, I'll make a judgment call. And we may hand you a transcript. And that's what we're doing for this one. The transcript is merely a tool. It is not a piece of evidence. And it likely, almost probably, will not go into the jury deliberation with you. I always hesitate to hand out these transcripts because human nature is to put your head down and to read the words on the page. But I just told you that the actual evidence is up on the screen. So, you know, just be mindful. You have a transcript and it's there as a tool and you can read it and keep looking up, making sure you're observing the video. I'm spending a little bit extra time because we may have other videos and so I'm just kind of walking you through this. And I'll remind you also, I may not always give you a transcript, but this one we are giving a transcript. And then the second rule I want to advise is that the court reporter will be relieved of transcribing any video or audio tape, and that goes for every video and audio used in this trial. All right, with that, Mr. DeMora, carry on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hi. So it looks like you might have been stabbed multiple times. He's been dead for a while. So I figured sit in, medically call him.
Okay. Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute so I got people coming that can since it's now a
So
homicide.
you got a knife sheath there. You got multiple puncture wounds that look like they're from a knife.
On
Okay.
the other side of the body, and then I think cover the blood and everything. So, do you want us to cover it or just leave it?
Hang on just a sec. There's a lot of air traffic going on right now. Do you have like a blanket?
Yeah, right there.
Is it like fresh out of a package?
Yes.
Is that what okay,
Yes.
perfect. And when you, I can help you do it. We want to do it with like fresh gloves because of any potential DNA. Perfect. Yeah, Santa, can you notify SH and we're going to need the screens that we mentioned and we're at the way to secure this area. All right. Yeah. So AMR, and then let me get like people that run your rig. Let me get that info, and then once you guys clear to go to the next call. Oh, you guys are first. Okay. All right. Be right back. Let me get some paper, it's tape. Next up again is put your cars up on the lawn and let's see if we can like shield it for now with cars. I'm gonna do the same. And 40 if you have currency too. Can you reach Munoz?
Sergeant Diaz, was that a clip from your body camera, or was that the full body camera from April 27th?
It was a clip.
And was that a fair and accurate depiction of part of the events that captured on your body camera?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about a couple things that were discussed in that clip. It looked like an individual with EMS was asking about a blanket. Can you tell us about, you said you get a fresh one? I think I got stuff on that. Why did you get a fresh blanket?
Well, I mean, DNA is trace evidence. It's very small, and so if a blanket had been used prior or laid out on any surface, it could pick up other DNA and then cross-contaminate the scene with that DNA.
And was that similar to why you were talking about fresh gloves?
Yes.
I guess I should probably ask this question. That is, when you have, did this appear to be a crime scene?
It did.
When you have a crime scene, is it your desire to protect the integrity of that crime scene and make sure that the evidence is preserved?
Yes.
As you were walking, prior to moving your patrol car up onto the grass, I want to talk about that bench where we now know it was Mr. David Breaux on that bench. Is there any sidewalk or footpath that leads directly to that bench?
Not an established one or an official one. Yeah.
When you say not an established one or official one, what do you mean?
Next to the green fence, from what I recall, there was an absence of grass. I'm going off of a 2-year-old recollection of like a little section of dirt around it, but it wasn't like an established path. It was like a worn footpath.
Worn because people walk on it?
Correct.
You say you're going from your own recollection. Is that because that area is now under construction?
I haven't visited. It is under construction, yes, but I hadn't visited it after this event.
And I'm going to show you Peoples 2A and 2B. Permission to approach?
Okay.
A first and then 2B underneath. Sergeant Diaz, the areas in 2A and 2B, do you recognize those as being the scene we just saw from your body worn camera?
Yes.
You're familiar with those areas?
I am.
And do those pictures capture the area on April 27, 2023 as you recall?
They do.
Is that a very accurate depiction of what you saw or what is captured on a date?
Yes.
So in 2A and 2B, is that bench that Mr. Breaux is located on, is that up against or back up to a wrought iron fence?
It does.
And are you able to tell or estimate, based on, I believe, 2B, where the nearest established sidewalk is?
It would just be a guess.
Object foundation road.
Sustain.
About how long would it take you? How long did it take you to walk from the bench to the sidewalk where your car is?
Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
Based on your walking, are you able to estimate about 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet?
Maybe 100 feet.
Now, on, just give some orientation here. Thank you.
On the left side is 5th Street.
And on the bottom, what street is that?
B as in boy.
Which direction is north based on this photograph?
It would be towards 5th Street,
So
to the left.
looking left.
Yes.
And then that would make east the top of the page,
Correct.
and south the right,
Yes.
and west the bottom. Thank you. Have you gone to or been to Central Park at night?
Yes.
And I want to focus specifically back in April of 2023. Did you ever do patrol at night?
Not in many years.
Have you ever been to that area at night?
I have.
Do you recall the lighting in that area where Mr. Breaux was located back in 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Is Central Park, at least the northwest, or the northern portion of it, is that an area that is well lit, that is bright?
I don't recall.
When you first arrived on scene, did you see any weapons on the ground, like a knife or anything bladed?
I did not.
Thank you, Sergeant. No further questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demara. Mr. Hutchison, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Sergeant Diaz, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Demara, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Do. Sergeant Lewis Cameron?
Okay, let's get Sergeant Cameron off the record. Feel free, I'm going to stand up and stretch, folks. Feel free to join me. And you can stand at the podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, and after the oath, then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to be about to give the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Lewis Cameron, Louis Cameron.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Cameron.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Cameron, are you currently employed as a peace officer at the rank of sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
I am.
And in April of 2023, were you also a sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
Yes.
As a member of the West Sacramento Police Department, did you have a collateral duty at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
As a UAS or a drone operator.
Okay, when you say UAS, what does that mean?
Unmanned aerial system.
And is that where you're able to operate a drone and fly and take videos and pictures of that?
Yes.
On April 27th of 2023, actually, let me step back. Do you have to go through a certification process to be able to operate a drone or a UAS?
Yes.
And did you complete the courses and the requirements necessary to do that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with FAA regulations and things like that on how to properly operate it?
Yes.
And your department recognizes
Yes.
So did you get called on April 27th, 2023 to assist the Davis Police Department for potential homicide that they had at Central Park?
Yes,
Did you bring your drone with you?
I did.
And what was the purpose that you were brought out there?
One, they wanted overall photos of the area, mostly the park, and as well as to search some rooftops that they couldn't necessarily get to on foot.
And did you capture 2 still shots with your drone that you turned over to the Davis Police Department?
I think there were more than that, but yeah, I captured some still shots, yes.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibits 2A and 2B. So showing you People's Exhibit 2, and we'll show you 2A and 2B. So, Sergeant Cameron, do you recognize 2A?
Yes,
And how do you recognize this?
that is a photo that I took that day of the crime scene.
And is this a fair, and do you recognize 2B?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
that is also a photo of the crime scene just a little higher up and a little bit further back.
Did you take that picture?
Yes,
And are both those pictures fair and accurate depictions of what you captured with your drone on April 27th, 2023?
yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
No questions.
Sergeant Cameron, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. DeMar, next witness.
We will call Detective Alex Torres.
Okay. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Come on in, stand at the podium right here, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to what to give and the cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Alex Torres. Alex is A-L-E-X, Torres, T-O-R-R-E-S.
Thank you. Mr. DeMora, correct.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
Detective Torres, where are you employed?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am currently a detective with the City of Davis.
So you're assigned to the Investigations Bureau.
Yes.
In April of 2023, what were you assigned as at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to patrol in the position of corporal.
And did you also have a collateral duty?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I was team lead of the evidence response team, ERT.
On April 27th, 2023, did you respond to Central Park in the city of Davis, County Villa?
Yes.
Why?
For a report of a male possibly injured and possibly bleeding on a park bench.
And did you see that individual on the park bench?
I did, yes.
Did that individual appear injured?
Heavily so, yes.
So, did the person appear to be alive or deceased?
Deceased.
When you got on scene and you saw this individual, you said heavily injured. Why do you say that?
The exterior of his clothing had notable puncture marks on the upper torso area of his body. There was a saturation around those puncture marks that was red in color. It appeared to be blood.
All right, so let me step back for a second. When you got on scene, how was this, that we now know is David Breaux. How was Mr. Breaux positioned on this bench?
David Breaux was in a seated position with his back up against the back brace of the Green Park bench. His head was tilted back over the back curve of the bench. His mouth was open. His arms were down at his side. One of his feet, I believe it was his left foot from what I could recall, was flat on the ground, the sole of the foot. However, I believe it was the right foot was canted slightly so that the right side of the shoe was on the ground while the sole was pointed to the left.
Was there anything on the bench, on the actual bench next to him, or actually, let me rephrase. Was there anything on the bench next to him?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a backpack filled with items, and also underneath David was a cloth item, looked like a shirt.
Could you tell how many, let me rephrase, what was he wearing?
He was wearing, on his legs, he had blue-colored sweats. His feet, he was wearing black socks that were extended up over the cuffs of the sweats, and shoes that were closed-toed. On his upper body, he had approximately 5 layers of clothing, and
I've shown you People's Exhibit 1, photos box 47360.
Wait, hold on. Listen, you've got to either get a stipulation or lay a foundation with the witness first. I mean, I'm welcome to stipulations. All these have been in discovery, but we have to go through that procedure. Mr. Hutchinson?
I'll stipulate.
Okay, thank you, Counselor.
Showing you People's Exhibit 1, photo 7360. Detective Torres, do you recognize this photograph?
yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is a photo of David Breaux as I found him on the bench.
And what you described as his clothing, is that in that photograph, are we able to see the photograph, or excuse me, the clothing you just described?
Yes, if we could go back to the photo. Yes.
Now, where are, and if you could explain this, are his arms, or his sweatshirt arms, the sleeves to it, are his arms in that sweatshirt or outside of the sweatshirt?
Outside of it.
When you were inspecting Mr. Breaux, did you notice anything about whether his clothes were clean or his clothes were dirty?
I noted that they were dirty.
How so?
His pants and his shoes and the exposed socks on his legs had this dusting of brown powder or dirt along the knees of the legs and the socks, as well as on the exterior layer sweater. And there was also red stains around puncture areas of the sweater.
When you say this dusting of brown powder and dirt, did you see, was there a consistent color of dirt in that area?
Yes.
Where?
Underneath the bench, there was a circular, not completely circular, but an area that was the same colored brown dirt.
When you say a dusting, what do you mean by that?
It looked like smearing of this dirt on him. Like it looked like he had been in dirt.
So I'll give you this example. If you were to walk through like a freshly plowed field or something like that, where you get dirt on your shoes and you try to dust it off, it comes off fairly easily. Is that consistent with what you're talking about, or is it something different?
This is slightly different, more concentrated in certain areas where it wouldn't just be enough to wring out or fling out the pants to get all that dirt off. It would have to be washed.
Now, I want to go to, I'm going to transition for a second, and then come back with some more questions on this. But the puncture wounds that you were describing on Mr. Breaux, from your observation, could you tell how many were in his upper torso area?
From my recollection, I do not recall an exact amount, but it was close to a dozen.
And where were they concentrated? Concentrated anywhere?
They were, I would say there were, from what I saw, there were several on a right sleeve, two on a right sleeve area near the forearm. There were several on the back lower portion of his body and left side arm, from what I can recall.
And that was just from your initial observations on being on scene?
Yes.
Counsel, are we done with this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. If you can you remove it?
Yes. Now, what other observations, Detective, did you make about Mr. Breaux in terms of what items he had with him or what he was wearing?
I noted that his upper torso was, he was wearing about 5 layers of clothing. The exterior being a black hooded sweater. Underneath that was, I believe, a knitted sweater, followed by a Gap brand sweater, then a zip-up brown sweater, and then a long-sleeve black shirt was the base layer. Also, next to him, inside the backpack was a laptop, a wallet, which had his ID and how I was able to identify him out at the scene.
Why were the layers of clothes that he was wearing significant to you?
Because the penetration of how far an object would have to go, given the layers of clothing that a person's wearing. Also consideration as to, during something that had occurred, what happened with those clothing items or how they were involved were considerations.
When talking about the layers of clothes and how far something would have to penetrate to make those puncture wounds that you described, did that lead you to believe that, well, what did that lead you to believe?
Given the layers, the amount of punctures, and the fact that that would prevent blood from seeping out too much, catch most of any blood seeping out of a wound. The saturation that was coming out meant to me that there was significant blood loss that occurred, as well as significant injuries that likely was the result of this person's death, or resulted in this person's death.
Would you also need a really sharp object to get through that many layers?
I would say so, yes.
mentioned a backpack that had electronics in it. Why was that a significant issue?
Part of my examination of the scene is also to try to understand cause, if possible. Given that the items of value left behind at the scene, it caused me to not believe robbery was an intended purpose.
Was there anything that you located on the ground around Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
What was that?
There were two noticeable objects on the ground near that bench within about 5 to 6 feet of it.
And what were those?
One was a large blanket, and the other one was a sheath, leather sheath, boot knife style leather sheath for a knife.
Start with the blanket. Why was that of significance to you?
To determine if it was involved in some way for any staining that may have occurred, any punctures that were visible on it.
Let's talk about this knife sheath. Where did you first observe this knife sheath?
It was on the ground, from my recollection, under the blanket.
How far away from Mr. Breaux was it?
Roughly within 5 feet.
You say it was leather and for a boot style knife. What do you mean by that?
I own several boot knives. The back of the sheath had a little clip that was meant to either go on a belt, or if held inside a boot, an actual cowboy boot, it can hang off the edges of the boot. Plus the leather itself had a little clasp on top, so to keep a knife sheathed as a person moves around. And yeah, it was also the leather itself wasn't, it didn't have apparent wear, a over-aging, looked new.
Can you tell what brand knife would go into this sheath?
The sheath itself was a Smith Wesson brand knife sheath, and which made me believe that it was in fact a Smith & Wesson knife that goes to the sheath.
Did you find a knife on scene?
No.
Did you collect the knife sheath?
Yes.
Did you book it in evidence?
Yes.
Was that, do you recall what item number that was?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
If that will, with his honor's permission.
Okay.
I'm refreshed.
Okay, what did you book it under?
Item number 21.
And if I may approach the evidence center.
Okay. or exhibit are you looking for?
Number 9.
Number 9, okay.
Had it earlier. My name is Chris Turner.
Okay.
I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 9. Gloves. Now, Torres wouldn't mind. Can you open up People's 9? You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the Smith Wesson knife sheath that I located at the scene near David Breaux' body.
Okay, and that's the one that we've just been talking about for the last several minutes?
Yes.
Now, at some point during the investigation into the events that happened on April 27th, 29th, and May 1st, are you familiar with all those dates?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing for me?
It is the gentleman at the second table furthest from me, seated on my right, wearing a dark gray suit jacket, blue tie, and a light gray button-up shirt. Clean shaven, approximately age 25, male.
May the record reflect that Detective Torres identified Mr. Reales Dominguez?
He does.
And when you're familiar with his arrest on May 3rd of 2023,
Yes.
were you aware that a knife was recovered from him?
Yes.
Have you seen or inspected that knife?
Yes.
Is that knife that was located, what type of knife is that?
It was a double-sided, sometimes referred to as dirk or dagger, Smith & Wesson brand boot knife.
Okay, thank you. Detective, I'm gonna stop you, we're gonna take a break, and on the other side, we've got more questions for you. I appreciate your patience. Why don't you sit tight for a second, let me excuse the jury, and then you're free to take a break as well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 15-minute break. We're gonna be in session at 4:30, so whatever you do, if it's calisthenics or whatever, be ready to go for another hour and whatever that is. Don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. Enjoy your break, folks. Thank you. The presence of the jury, Mr. Vanderhook, did you have an issue for the court? Mr. DeMora, was there an issue
No.
for the court?
Oh, actually, there is a witness issue.
Okay, I need to do that right now.
Yes, if we have been ordered now.
Okay. Is this the witness here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sir, come on in. Good afternoon. My name is Sam McGavin. I'm the judge presiding over this trial. My understanding is you have been subpoenaed, court ordered to come to court today. Thank you for honoring that subpoena. It sounds like we're going to need you on a different day, so I want to issue a new order that you return on a certain date and time, same location, Department 14. Mr. Van Rijk, when is that?
Wednesday, May 7th at 9 a.m.
Wednesday, May 7th at 9 a.m. Sir, can you state your name for me? Alberto Osorio. Okay, great. Do you understand the order of the court?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to be here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's good to see you today. All right, I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other business we need to take care of?
Regarding Mr. Osorio, the court previously issued a material witness warrant. May that warrant be recalled?
Sure, it wasn't dealt with?
No. So
That's a different witness?
different witness. He was contacted today and came voluntarily without the warrant needing to be served.
Warrant's recalled. Yeah, the order was vacated for the warrant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else before we break? All right, let me just add one other thing. Mr. DeMora, Mr. Hutchinson. We heard opening statements, set forth the disputes of fact. If you can stipulate to the admission of exhibits and certain facts, I think we can really speed this up. So anyway, I know you want to present your case, but a lot of this is not disputed, and I think we can move through some of these facts a lot quicker. So anyway, it's first day of trial. Meet and confer on that, okay?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Off the record. Okay, great. Let's go back on the record. In case 23-1391, we have, let's see, Detective Torres on the witness stand. He's subject to direct exam. Mr. Moore, carry on.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. Detective Torres, where we left off was, you had mentioned that the knife that was recovered from Mr. Dominguez upon his arrest appeared to match that knife sheath that you recovered on April 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so going back to the items you collected or you observed on April 27th, 2023, I want to go through a few more of those items, and then I want to go back to a couple of photographs from the people who did what we want. Bill, if I may.
Just a second. We learned something about our friends in the jury when that happened. Very, very nice tune. It's off. Everyone's got it off. No worries.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you Detective Torres, actually I should say, did you collect the clothing items that you just described from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
Did you put those in the evidence?
Yes.
So I'm showing you people's 52C. Do you know what 52C is?
Yes, this is the Gap sweater that he was wearing as one of the layers that day.
If you wouldn't mind going ahead and opening that up.
Got it open. Want me to take it up?
Could you, and with permission from his honor, you could hang that on PVC pipe.
Sure.
And Detective Torres, while you're up here, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
From photographs, the fact that I collected it, the packaging, and what I recall of it.
And you remember seeing this on Mr. Breaux when you observed him on April 27th?
Yes.
This is the actual clothing item that was recovered from the person.
Yes.
Great. I have another exhibit.
Can I ask you, is that the front or back that we're seeing?
Currently, you're seeing the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to flip it around so we can see the back too?
Absolutely.
And now we're looking at the back. Detective Torres, from what you're able to see, are there any cuts or incisions in this piece of evidence?
Yes.
All right, can you point to some of those for us?
Yes. From the base upward, you have a cut here, 2 here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here, 12 on the right sleeve, 12, 13, 14, 15 is here top. Left sleeve. Yeah. For the rear, that's what I see.
And we can see it for the record. There appears to be a reddish color on this piece of evidence. Yeah, based on your training experience, is that suspected blood?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, we put that back in the exhibit bag. We'll go on to our next piece of evidence, which is going to be People's Exhibit 52F. That one. Wouldn't mind doing the same process of opening that up. And before you display that, Detective Torres, what is that?
This is the black sweater, item number from the original case 29.
And are you familiar with that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I collected this piece of evidence and had it packaged.
And did you see it on Mr. Breaux on April 27th, 2023?
Yes.
Go ahead. And the way you have that on the the 5 layers of clothes that Mr. Breaux had. Which layer was this?
From my recollection, this is the outermost layer.
So, one question I forgot to ask is when we talked about the base layer, where you started out with the outermost layer and the base, just to be clear, the base layer is more closest to the body itself.
Yeah, what was touching his physical skin.
And on this, earlier we had talked about some of the dusting and the dirt. Is some of that, what you described, still on this piece of evidence?
Yes, on the front.
Here. And you say here, you're referring to the what?
The front chest area and stomach area of the sweater.
And are you able to see any incision marks or puncture marks on this piece of evidence?
Yes.
If you could point those out to the jury.
On the front, there is one here, 1, 2.
Actually, let me stop you real quick. When you're saying here, if you could say where on this piece of the evidence we're talking about.
All right. On the front of this sweater, to the left of the double front pocket, there is 3 puncture marks in within a 2 to 3 inch radius of the entry part of the pocket. On the right sleeve, about 4 to 5 inches down from the shoulder seam, there's an additional 1, 2, 3, 4 puncture marks on the sleeve. And further down from that, about 5 inches, is another puncture mark at the elbow, frame, and on the back. And on the back of the sweater, near the base, within about 3-4 inches of the base, there are additional 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 2 to 3 inches above those are an additional 1, 2 puncture marks. And then about 8 to 9 inches up and probably 6 inches from the left side of the back area, there's another puncture mark here, and then another puncture mark about 6 inches above that.
Okay. And one question I have is, we're looking at sort of where the seam is on the bottom of this. It's looks like a tear of about maybe 8 inches. That is, just to be clear, that's not one of the puncture wounds or marks we're talking about, correct?
No, I'm not talking about that one.
Kind of fair to say that looks like wear and tear.
Fair to say, yeah. Fraying on either sides, yeah.
You wouldn't mind putting that one on? We'll move on to the next one.
Before you do that, Mr. Moore, do you want to move it a little closer to the jury?
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, City Detective Torres.
Steps.
Yeah.
Feel free to get up anytime, counsel, if you need to walk around and take a look.
I will hand you people 52D, this is 52D. The same routine, you would first tell us what that is, or if you have to open it, tell us what it is.
This is a brown Goody Ello and Company sweater. The brand is Goody Ello.
And are you familiar with the piece of evidence that's in that bag?
Yes.
How so?
This was an item worn by
David Breaux that I collected out at the scene.
You can assist counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. And which layer of clothing was this?
If I could refer to my notes.
Will that refresh your recollection?
It will refresh my recollection.
With his honor's permission?
Okay.
Yes, this is second to last layer. This is what was over the base layer, the shirt.
And a similar question that I had with the previous pieces of clothing. Are you able to identify where there are puncture marks on this?
Yes. So about on the front of the shirt, sweater, I should say, sweater, there are 3 puncture marks that are about grouped together about 9 inches up from the waistline, and about in a grouping of about 4 inches away from the left side of the sweater are 3 puncture marks. On the opposite side, there are 2 puncture marks on the front near the armpit seam of the sweater, and then on the back, there's a puncture on the right side sleeve near the top. And then on the rear, there's a series, at the base, within 2 to 3 inches of the bottom of the sweater, there are 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 4 to 5 inches above that, there's another puncture mark, and above that, within about 4 inches, is another puncture mark. And then near the center, towards the left, is a puncture mark, center back. And then another 3 grouped together near the top right side, where the shoulder blade would be. If someone were wearing this, or additional 3 closer together. And 2 more up at the right shoulder.
And in looking at this, same question I had with other exhibits is we see this is obviously a light colored garment, and we see what appears to be red stains throughout this. Based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
Right. If you wouldn't mind putting that one away. Table 52A. While you're opening that, what is 52A?
52A is from the original case report, item 34, and it is blue sweatpants.
And are you familiar with those blue sweatpants?
Yes.
How so?
These were the blue sweatpants that I collected from David Breaux, and they were worn by him at the time they were collected.
So you just rotated this. Is the jury looking at the front or the back of this weapon?
This is the front that is facing the jury. This is the front of the sweatpants. Yeah.
No. Any incision marks on this portion of the pants or this exhibit?
Nope, not that I am seeing. I'm not seeing one on the front or the back.
Right now, I want to ask you, looking at, you just rotated it, now the jury's looking at the back, correct?
This is now the back.
Right, so now, looking at the left leg, what is it that is on the left leg that we're observing?
So on the left leg, on the outside area, is brown.
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Yep.
Turn this slightly. Perhaps a better view.
Yep. Is brown dust or dirt that goes up and down the leg, heavy concentration just around the knee area and below. There's also on the left side pocket going down at the front, noticeable dust here, and then here at the bend of the knee area, a circular patch of brown dirt.
And you said the bend of the knee, and it looked like you grabbed a different leg. Is that on the right leg?
The right leg, at the bend of the knee area, concentration.
And was this dusting that you just talked about consistent with the coloring of the dirt that was underneath the park bench?
Yes.
So I want to, we can switch exhibits now. Wouldn't mind putting that one away. I'll give you another one. Give you exhibit 52B as your name is boy. And what is that, Detective Torres?
This is from the original case. Item number is 37. Black shirt that was worn as a base layer by David Breaux.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene from his body.
Now, while you're displaying that, when you reference the original case, when you say original case, are you talking about the first case number that was created by the Davis Police Department?
Yes, the first case number, which is Davis PD case number 23-1830, actually 1930, 1930, that case.
And just for clarity's sake, when there's an incident that takes place, whether it's crime or an incident, does every incident generate a new internal case number by the police department?
If it is a police report, yes. If it's an incident, then it just gets an incident number, which is not a police report. But if a case is actually taken, that means an investigation occurring, then a case number is taken.
Okay, and so, based on your involvement in the case involving Mr. Reales Dominguez, were multiple case numbers generated?
Yes.
Is that just for tracking of evidence, or does that have any significance other than internal tracking purposes?
It tends to be focused on a core victim tied to also a core location. But typically it's tied to a core victim that we take an initial police report with. If it turns out that there is another victim and we don't know if there's correlation, we get a second case number. If there's a third or fourth victim, each one gets their own case number until there's a correlation. Once there's a correlation, we choose one of the cases to be the main case report that gets everything. Every single evidence item, every supplement that gets added, and sometimes they get referred to the others. It can be very confusing.
So, original case number, just because Mr. Breaux' case was the first one that was open.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
Okay. There is significant biohazard in this, but I'll do my best.
First, before we even go into that, I missed it. What was this 52B that we were looking at?
This item is a gray long sleeve sweater, which was the base layer worn by David Breaux in the park. It was underneath all the other sweaters collected.
When you say significant biohazard in there, is there any concern about bloodborne pathogens or something like that that you think would be safer to keep it in there as opposed to displaying it?
That would be, even though it's dry, that is my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Given the soap level, what I can see.
Well, for that, let's just leave it as is. But is that something that you collected and looked at evidence from Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
Now we'll go with 5 people to 5. Torres, what is that?
This is item number 22 from the original case. It is a red and white blanket that was on the ground near David Breaux.
And you're personally familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene.
As we were talking about before the break, was this the item that was located by the bench on the ground?
Yes.
Any incisions or punctures on this piece of evidence that you were able to identify either then or now?
No.
Any, from what you're able to see, any signs of blood or other evidences that someone was stabbed?
Of being stabbed? No. Of staining, yes.
When you say staining, what do you mean?
At the, this is, the way I'm hanging it, at the top, there is a dried, crusty substance near the top layer, that is the top of how it's being displayed. Opposite the knot that is at the bottom, there is staining, reddish, and hard now that it is dried.
And based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
Now, you're rotating the exhibit.
Yes.
What are we looking at now?
It is a blanket with a knot at the top, a slight hooded area, much like a poncho.
And have you seen individuals in Davis or elsewhere who have taken items like this, garment items like this, and tied them around their neck or area to make sort of like a hoodie or a blanket they can walk in?
Yes, a makeshift poncho. Yeah.
Great, we can put that exhibit away. Last one, I will put right up here for you. This is People's Exhibit 6. Would you mind telling us what that exhibit is?
This is a backpack, which was this was packaged as reference item CS-6 for CS being crime scene, 6 being the 6th item collected from the crime scene, so CS-6.
And you're familiar with these items?
Yes, I'm familiar with this backpack. Yes, I'm familiar with these items. This is the backpack that was next to David Breaux that contained the laptop, his wallet, which I used to identify him.
And where was this located next to him?
This was located as he was seated on the bench. This was just to the right of him. Yeah.
You can put that away. And I'll show you People 7 and People's 8. So we're going a little out of order, but Torres, what is People 7?
This is a brown scarf, which was next to David when he was seated on the bench. And I collected from that bench.
Any signs of blood or anything like that, incision marks on this from what you could recall back on April 27th or today?
From what I could recall, no, and even on the examination today, no.
And then you can just put that up for display. We'll go with People's 8. And what is People's 8?
People's 8 is a Eddie Bauer checkered large shirt. Which I recall was next to David as well, next to the scarf on the bench.
Is there a biohazard issue with that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Then we won't display it. So you're familiar with that?
yes, yes, I am.
Okay. And you collected that?
Yes.
And sorry, I missed it when I was telling you the biohazard. Where was that located?
This was located on the bench underneath the area that David was sitting, and next to that was the scarf and the backpack.
Great. We help you move this back, and we break, did you have a chance to examine a series of photographs on People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And are you familiar with all those photographs?
Yeah.
And without going into each one specifically, what were those photographs pictures of?
Those were the evidence photos, overall photos for the scene at Community Park as evidence was being collected.
And were those, were you familiar with the contents of those photographs?
Yes.
And were those fair and accurate depictions of the scene on April 27th when you were there and the evidence collection at that time?
Yes.
Do you know who took those photographs?
Yes, that was PSS Linda Schwinn, SHWEND. PSS stands for Police Services Specialist.
Great. And all those pictures, I may have asked this, fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Great. We can permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
So, on People's Exhibit 1, item or photograph ending in 7333. What are we looking at here, Detective Torres?
So this is this is Central Park, directly in frame near the center of this photo is the park bench where David Breaux was found. He is currently seated there underneath a white colored covering.
What's behind him? What's that area behind him?
So that area behind him is play structure area. The back of the bench, there's a gap to the wrought iron fence line for the play structure. It's a play area.
When you say there's a gap, are you talking about between the bench and the fence?
Yes.
Right. How big is that gap?
About 2.5, 2 to 3 feet, somewhere in there.
Is there any lighting in this area by the bench?
No.
Have you been to this area at night before?
Yes.
Can you talk about the lighting?
The dominant lighting at this park area, near where this bench is, would actually be in the enclosed play structure area, would be lit. This area where these trees are located, it would not be well lit.
So when you say not well lit, dark.
Dark. It'd be dark.
When you've gone there, is a lot of the lighting blocked by the big trees?
Yes, they provide both shade during the day, but also at night, shade from light.
Okay, the next photo, on Exhibit 1. This is photograph ending in 7334. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the same area, slightly closer to where David Breaux was.
And do you have the laser pointer or a laser pointer there?
Sure. You good, Detective?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we're able to see Mr. Breaux's left leg right there. You're pointing to it.
Yes.
What is that on the ground right there?
This here on the ground is the white and red blanket that had that knot in it that I hung up earlier.
When you described it as a poncho?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Okay. Next photograph. This is ending in 7335. What are we looking at here?
Again, of David Breaux on the bench here, red and white blanket, slightly closer, and the play structure behind, enclosed by this wrought iron fence.
Where his left foot is that the area you were talking about where the dirt was that we were just describing on his pants?
Yeah, yes, the area around where his left foot is, it is brown dirt. Just outside that, ringing it slightly, is brown dry pine needles, and then it's grass further out. So brown pine needles there, you can't really see the brown pine needles there, and then dirt right here.
Next photo. Ending in 7336 on People's 1. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the previous one. There is a Smith & Wesson black leather knife sheath, a blanket, and David Breaux' bracelet.
Okay, so when you said that Smith & Wesson knife sheath, is that what, that long, sort of dark object just to the left of the top of the blanket?
Yes.
And that was the same knife sheath that you booked, that you showed the jury earlier this afternoon?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has anyone moved any items on scene or given you reason to believe that that item had been moved?
None that I recall.
Next photograph. Ending in 7337. Detective Torres, describe what we're looking at here.
This is a close to similar angle as the previous photo. Here is the blanket, knife sheath, the right foot of David Breaux, and there's David Breaux, wrought iron fence behind.
Okay, now I want to go to the bench itself. Can you see that backpack, People's Exhibit 6, that you showed to the jury?
Yes, this is the backpack that was right next to David Breaux.
Okay, so left side of the photograph, but if you're sitting on the bench, it's on your right, on Mr. Breaux's right.
On Mr. Breaux's right there.
Thank you. Next photo. Okay, ending in 7338 on People's 1. Just a close-up view of what we just described. What do we see underneath the bench here?
So underneath the bench right here is that brown, dusty dirt that's underneath the bench. Here is the backpack. Next to the backpack is a brown colored scarf. And then in between Mr. Breaux and the bench is this shirt with red lines right here.
In that photograph, is there any blood that's on the dirt from what you recall?
Yes.
Can you point to that with the laser?
So there's, when I arrived on scene, I noticed like a piling of what appeared to be drying blood underneath is where he was seated.
And so you're moving the laser around. Can you just use the laser to point to where you're seeing that?
So there's this pooling right here.
And is that off on the photograph to the left side of his ankle?
Yes. Well, yes, on the photograph, from photograph view, yes, left side.
But if you were looking at this, the pool, is it actually behind his leg?
Yes, behind his leg.
Okay. And describe where else you see it.
Then there's trailing right here, coming down, and then right here, coming down.
When you say trailing, what do you mean?
It appears that, because liquid tends to go down a grade, if there's an incline, liquid coming down from a higher point to a lower point.
And is that on the back side of the bench?
Yes, on the back side where one's butt would be as they sit.
And looking at the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph, that dark object right there.
This one?
Yes.
That is the knife sheath.
Do you recall what direction the portion that is open where you put the knife in, what direction that's facing?
That is currently in this photo facing north.
So north would be off to the left side of the photograph.
Yes. If you're sitting on this bench, if you were out looking at this bench, looking where someone is seated, to the left is northward, to the right is southward.
This is photograph 7338 in People's 1. Next photograph. Photograph 7339. What do we see here?
This is a view of David, Mr. Breaux seated on the bench, the backpack, which is on his right side, the scarf, and a shirt, a sleeve sticking out down here.
Next photo. scene that's new or different?
This is David Breaux seated on the bench. However, a screen to prevent passerbys from seeing him has been erected to the left side of the photo, that black screen.
So, privacy screen.
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph. And then 7341. What are we looking at on this angle?
This is, you can see more of that reflection of liquid that is pooling underneath him, red liquid, with trails coming down. Since where that liquid is a high point, liquid tends to go down at a grade, so it's going to low points.
And
Suspected blood.
And looking at Mr. Breaux's shoes, anything else significant there?
Yes, one shoe, his left shoe is planted sole down. His right shoe is planted with the right side of his ankle down instead of the sole. There's also red staining on the tip of his left shoe.
And looking at his left leg, are you able to see the dirt and the dusting that we talked about?
Yes, it's along the top of his shoe, left shoe at the top, and also his exposed right sole. You can see it at the bottom of his shoes.
How about his right knee?
And right knee, where the bend is, there is brown dirt dusting, similar color as to what's underneath, and up and down the left bottom leg that's exposed. Bottom leg pant.
Next photograph. 7342. What are we looking at here?
The camera angle is currently facing northward. The screen is on the left side here. David Breaux seated on the bench.
And looking northward, is that street where those cars are, is that Fifth Street?
Yes, this street right here that goes left to right, which is west to east, that's Fifth Street.
And can you point to where the knife sheath is in this photograph, if you can see it?
Right here.
Top, just off to the center of the panel that we were talking about.
Yes.
Next photograph. Ending in 7347 on People's 1. Is this another photograph of that knife sheath and towel we were just talking about?
Yes. Knife sheath, and here's that good blanket or towel.
Yeah, sorry, the towel, I meant the poncho, what you refer to as a poncho.
Yes.
Can you tell where the knot is on this one?
No. Not on this photo.
Off to the far right, there's, so go to take your laser point, go to the right. Go right.
This is my right.
Yep. All the way to the end.
Oh.
Right there. What's that?
Oh, that's David Breaux's shoe. His right shoe, that's the tip.
And next photograph. And then in 7348, what's this angle that we're looking at?
This is the bench that David Breaux is seated on. It's more focused on the backpack to the left and the scarf.
Next photograph. And in 7349 on People's 1. Is this more of a upward angle looking downward?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at here. It looks a little dark on the back side.
So this is the area next to, on the bench, next to David Breaux, and there's no objects there.
Okay. Where is Mr. Breaux's head at this time?
His head, it's hard to see, but it is up here.
And so you're pointing sort of the center of the top of the page, or the exhibit.
Yes.
Next photo, ending in 7350. What's this?
That's David Breaux's left shoe and leg.
And similar to what we described earlier, you can see the dusting
Yes.
And is this he's seated on the bench, that area that you had described in the previous picture, there's no objects there, is that what we're seeing right there?
Right here.
Next photo. And then 7353 of people 1, what's this?
This is a photo taken in, the angle is northward. This is a photo of the left side of David Breaux, seated on the bench. He has his outer layer hooded sweater with the hood up.
And immediately behind his head, is that the wrought iron fence that you were talking about?
Yes, right here, wrought iron fence.
Is there a lot of room to walk back and forth between that fence and that bench?
Not a lot of room.
Now, let's go to the next photograph. We move from 7353 to 7360. What is this?
This is a photo of the right side of David as he's seated on the bench. And this is his right side, his right hand, and this is his head.
As you mentioned earlier, his arms are outside of his sweatshirt.
Yes, this is the actual sleeve right here, and this is his arm, and the tip of his shirt, the sleeve of his shirt that he was wearing.
In the sleeve of his shirt, that wasn't the base layer, correct? That was that sort of off-white shirt we were talking about?
From what I recall, what's on that sleeve right now is the base layer. That arm is in that sleeve right there, I think is the base layer from what I recall.
Understood. Next, actually on this, on 7360, are you able to see where, or pointing with the laser pointer, where there were puncture wounds on Mr. Breaux?
Yes, right about here.
That is right shoulder area?
Looks like right shoulder area was one prior to moving him.
And when you say prior to moving him, you're able to identify this and then you moved him, right?
Yes.
Okay. He hadn't moved prior to this.
No.
All right, next photograph. 7361 equals 1. What are we looking at?
This is a downward view of Mr. Breaux as he was seated on the bench.
Are there any other puncture wounds you're able to identify or saw in the photograph?
Not that I recall.
Looking at his sweatshirt in the chest area, is that just the sun or is that dirt on him?
This is dirt. This brown that's on his chest and down here on the stomach area. That is dirt.
Similar to the dirt you were talking about on his hands?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7362, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph view behind the bench that he was seated on. This is his right leg, his left leg, and this is his main body here with liquid dripping down here.
Okay, like liquid, you say dripping down here. If we go to the left side of the exhibit, 7362, and it's just in the center along where the bench starts to curve from going vertical to horizontal, is that correct?
Yes, from the backing down becoming the base.
That item that's hanging through the gaps in the bench, what is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath him where he was seated.
Next photograph. 7365. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm resting on the bench. This is the base layer, the gray shirt, long sleeve base layer that he was wearing at the underneath the sweaters.
And it looks like there's some incision marks or some cuts or something like that in that. Were you able to tell if those were associated to a puncture wound or some sort of injury?
I do not recall.
Dropping down by his arm on the actual bench itself, yeah, just below his hand, what is that that's on the bench itself?
Red drying liquid.
Is that consistent with blood?
I suspect blood, yes.
Right. Moving to the left, that piece of that garment on there, yeah, the red and white one.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath David on the bench.
And when you say laid out underneath them, how much area of the bench did it cover?
Roughly from the backpack to the area where his butt was seated on the bench. Roughly 2 feet wide. It was a button-up shirt, unbuttoned at the time, I believe.
Did it appear to be used as like a sheet to sleep on, or could you tell how it was laid out?
It was stretched, taut, and laid out underneath, so that very little parts of it could get in between the gaps, as if to prevent either a draft or to sleep on.
And what on the far left of that photograph are we looking at?
That's the backpack that was next door.
Next photograph. 7367. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of David Breaux at the belt line. His pants, the blue sweats, underneath the sweats, blue jeans with the belt, and this gray shirt is the base layer underneath the sweaters.
Next photograph. 7369 on People's One. What are we looking at here?
This is the left leg of David Breaux with brown dusting on it.
Now, at the top of the photograph, just if you move from the knee area, right there you go. You know where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
That black item is the sheath.
Next question? Or two, not next question. That's what I do. Next photograph. 7370. What are we looking at here?
So this is the back of the bench, looking at the back of David Breaux's left side.
Now, previously you had mentioned the blood, suspected blood that was dripping. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, it's right here, these droplets, right here.
And with the laser pointer, you're just going underneath the bench and going sort of on an angle as the bench, the bottom of the bench, moves in the exhibit.
Yes.
Next photograph. All right, 7371 of People's One. What's this picture we're looking at?
This is the left side of David Breaux up at his shoulder. This is the black sweater on the exterior, the outermost layer.
Is that dirt or sunlight that we're seeing on there? The light?
At the seam of the shoulder, it is brown dirt.
Any puncture or other wounds that you were able to see in this?
Yes, there were two puncture cuts into this sweater that had noticeable red staining around.
What's this like little white circle in the middle of the, yes, that right there?
This looks like a hole in the outer sweater. Yes.
Now, moving down on Mr. Breaux's arm, so go towards his forearm area. is there anything that you can tell in there? It looks like there's two dark blotches on there. Is that anything that you recognize?
These two right here?
Oh, no, if, to go up, right there.
Right here. The redness or the stains?
You tell me.
I'm noticing dirt here,
Okay.
dominantly.
Dirt. Got it. Next photograph. 7372. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo taken from the south side of the bench to show its backing height here, which was about 32 inches.
Okay, so just under 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph.
This was a photo to show the height of the armrest.
How tall is that armrest?
23 inches, I believe.
That's photograph 7373. Next photograph. Looking at 7381. What's this?
These were punctures that I noticed along where underneath this is his arm. This is the stomach area of the sweater, the outer layer, but underneath it is his arm. And there were two with red soaking liquid around it. One here, another here.
Are we looking at the left side of his body or the right side, or are we looking down on his orient us to this photo?
So this is a left, we're looking at the left side of his body, and the angle is northward, but it is the left side of his body.
Okay, where's his head in relation to this?
If this had panned out further to the top, his head would be the further top right of where this photo is.
Next photo. 7382. What are we looking at?
This is that same area and the use of a reference scale for puncture comparison.
When you say reference scale, what does that mean?
Putting down a scale in the photo so you have so whoever views it has a general idea of the size of something.
So what wound is being measured here?
Could you zoom in more for me? Go up. It's hard to see, but I think usually I think there's one right here.
And we say right here, you're circling the area where if you took one and one and went across to make a square, would be within that.
Yes.
Next photo, 7382. Next photo. 7383 on people's one. What is this?
That is a puncture wound just to the right of the pocket entry, outer base layer.
Right, next photo. 7384. What is this?
The same wound using the scale as a reference.
And what side of Mr. Breaux's body was this on?
Left side.
Left side. Right, next photo. 7385. What are we looking at?
So this is a view of his right side, specifically his right arm as it rested on the bench.
Are there any visible wounds on his right arm?
Yes, there is a cut on his right hand and then around the area of these punctures.
And areas of punctures, you're looking at his forearm area on that base layer.
Yes.
Next photo. 7386. What's this?
This is his left forearm, and this is the sleeve, left sleeve of that shirt that he was wearing, the base layer.
And that zoomed in version of the previous photograph that we just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7387. What's this?
It's a photo of his face and upper torso.
Where are the puncture wounds, if any, that you're able to point out in this photograph?
I do not recall.
Let's go to the next photograph. 7388. What's this photograph?
This is the right side shoulder area of the sweater with 3 puncture marks in the sweater. Punctures.
7388. Next photograph, please. 7389. What is this?
One of those punctures, but slightly closer up view.
Next photograph. 7390. What is this?
Those are the other 2 punctures that were next to the previous photo.
Next photo. 7391. What is this?
This is a puncture on the left side of David Breaux, up near the clavicle area.
And in the upper left-hand corner of that photograph, is that Mr. Breaux's chin, facial region?
Yeah, left side chin area.
Next photo. 7392. What is this?
That puncture with scale at a different angle.
And again, upper left-hand corner, is that his facial region?
Yes. Here's left
How
clavicle.
many more do we have of these?
About 30, Your Honor.
30 more? Okay, all right, we're gonna stop. Okay, thank you. Detective Torres, thank you for your testimony. We got more questions for you, and we're gonna resume, Mr. DeMar, with this witness, first thing in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm ordering you back for 9:30 call.
9:30 call.
Okay. And you can leave any exhibits you have here, take your investigatory binder, your excuse. Thank you for your testimony today, sir. I really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have a 3-part admonition every time we break. Do not form any opinions, do not discuss the case other than scheduling, and absolutely do not research anything. So thank you for your service today. Tomorrow we're going to have the same schedule. So I'd love to see you here in just a few minutes so we can start at 9:30. Have a great night, folks. Thank you. Off record. So, Mr. DeMar, is there a way we can move through the pictures? I worry that we're it's cumulative evidence. I mean, you're going to have the pathologist, of course. You showed the clothing, and I think the jury's got a feel for the nature of the cuts in the clothing. So I don't know whether you have any thoughts on that or not, but.
We're almost done with the clothing photo, so it's going to go to other areas of interest that I don't think will be cumulative. The relevance of what we're showing right now are the angles at the time when Mr. Breaux was found, which I think is going to be significant for our future arguments in proving up elements of communication. But it will move faster tomorrow once we go through the remainder of the photos. So,
okay.
Trying to make sure we're not being duplicative in what we introduced.
I mean, I think in a situation like that, you can show a few of them without losing the jury, and then you can indicate other pictures show similar cuts. But in any event, I would just be mindful of that.
Sure.
And just keep thinking about your evidence. I mean, I watched a 4-minute video, I think, from Sergeant Diaz, and I'm a little unclear why we watched that video. And so it just seems to me, again, as I mentioned earlier, the opening arguments really focus the dispute of fact. There's a tremendous amount of facts here that are not in dispute, and those those facts need to be set forth, of course, but they can be done directly and efficiently, and the trial can be focused on those facts that are in dispute, which go to really the state of mind evidence. And obviously I understand from listening to your opening argument that the nature, the way the crimes are committed are part of the people's case. I understand that, but I would just admonish you as a consumer, the judge has eyes similar to a jury. You don't want to lose your jury. You want to be able to draw the attention to the really critical facts. So anyway, give you that direction. Also, I appreciate the professionalism of the lawyer's stipulations regarding the evidence, speeds things along too. Do we have any, is there a way, Mr. DeMora, that Mr. Vanderhook can cover on Thursday for you? Is there any update on you had a private issue on Thursday? I'd sure like to use our court time.
Well, I have good news for the court. I was going to email the parties this evening, but it's all taken care of. It's not going to be an issue, so we have a full day on Thursday.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you for the update. And again, you know, I'm always. It's always sad to hear that families have trouble. So anyway, I want to wish the best to your family.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate the update.
We managed to arrange so we won't have an issue on Thursday. We'll have a full court day. I can tell the court in terms of scheduling, since we finished jury selection earlier, we have been shifting witnesses to move them up to make sure that we have full and complete days. And it looks like we're going to do that. There may be one day coming up where we may ask the court for adjournment slightly early, but I'm trying to fill those time frames.
I appreciate that. It's really important to keep the momentum going and to get the case going so the jury's focused and interested. And I appreciate your commitment. Who do we have tomorrow besides Detective Torres?
Let me pull up my list quickly, Your Honor. We're going to have finish up with Detective Torres. We're going to have Sergeant Ranger. We'll have Ms. Guillory available. She was available today in case we needed to move into her testimony. Dr. Massey, Corporal Lee, Officer Peel, Sherry Kolb, Chris Kumita, Mr. Anaya, and we have Nadine Amadoujian as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that summary. I appreciate it. Okay, anything else?
Actually, I had Ms. PSS Linda Schwend as well to come and authenticate the photographs that Detective Torres is talking about. I'll email Mr. Hutchinson and see if we can do a stipulation so she doesn't have to go through those photographs and authenticate them.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's exactly the type of thing we can do to reasonably save time. Anything else for the prosecution?
With Mr. Anaya, because he was one of the witnesses that we had been having trouble with, I may ask the court to call him out of order tomorrow, and we can get him in and out very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take him whenever he's here. Yeah, that's great.
And he will need a Spanish language interpreter that we did arrange for. So.
Okay. All right, noted. Does he need an attorney for this?
Ms. Warren is representing him.
Right, but we don't anticipate any Fifth Amendment issues. He's just a percipient witness. There's no legal jeopardy regarding his testimony.
He does have an active pending case that he does need immunity on that we were prepared to give.
Okay. And
we could email Mr. Hutchinson.
Ms. Warren knows to be here?
Yes.
Okay. You want to explain that immunity?
Yes, Mr. Vanderhook has been handling that, so he can speak on that.
Your Honor, so I've communicated with Ms. Warren on this issue. She indicated that letter immunity was sufficient, and so drafted a letter from my office indicating that with truthful testimony that his testimony won't be used against him in other proceedings. It's not going to require forced immunity through the court, and that Ms. Warren indicated that they're accepting just the letter immunity that we offer in this kind of circumstance.
We'll Do we expect him to state anything that's incriminating?
We're not aware of what the cross-examination is going to consist of. He does have an active criminal case for substance use, and so it is conceivable that that could come up, and we're just trying to be prepared for what could happen. We couldn't say.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other issues for the prosecution?
Oh, Mr. Raymond has one more.
Just very briefly, Your
Okay.
Honor. I know the court was asking about the physical bench, and we've been thinking about what the court has said. We're not going to bring in the physical bench. As the court may have determined from the opening statement, that there is an intention to use the tent briefly in court to kind of demonstrate some dimensions of the tent.
Okay.
And then the last thing is there was a video played with Sergeant Diaz. It was number 3. There was a transcript, and just I wanted to know for the record, a copy of the transcript was marked as 3A.
Oh, it was? We got the transcript, clerk? Okay, I missed that. All right, court exhibit. The transcript's really, I mean, I want to label them court exhibits so they don't get mixed in with everything. Can you relabel that? What was my first court exhibit? Oh, yeah, just call it court exhibit 2. Yeah, thank you, counsel, I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, anything?
Your Honor, just anticipating some additional body cameras that people may intend to play. I know I brought a motion for no transcripts for the jury. I think for body cameras, transcripts take away because you can't see what the person is doing. So I made that motion eliminate. I understand for audio recordings, a transcript is helpful, but for body cameras, I don't think the jury should be provided transcripts. Even with the court's admonition, they're looking at the transcripts.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll wait till the next, I'll make a game time decision on the next one. It's hit and miss. I get your point though, and that's a fair argument.
And Your Honor, if I may,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interject, but I would agree with Mr. Hutchinson on some of the body cameras. I know there's one coming up with Corporal Lee,
That's fine.
where I believe that having the jury focus on the actual footage is going to be much more compelling than having them read the transcript, or the risk of them reading it versus watching the video.
Thanks. All right, anything for the defense? No. Okay, all right, see you tomorrow. Listen, the jury trial starts at 9:30. I don't have any outstanding issues. I'm not ready to address the one pending motion. So I don't see why you, just get here, ready to go, and if you get in at 9:15, I can check in with you and see how you're doing. But we're gonna call the case at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Off the record.